peaceful again, we should be good as long as the other alders show up.
Don't jinx it.
I know.
What is our quorum? 6?
5.
5?
5. Yeah.
Joe, can you please kick us off?
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. City staff will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the ALRC, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair Donnelly, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. All speakers wishing to address the committee regarding an agenda item must first complete a registration form and submit it to the city clerk designee. Speakers may speak to the committee only after they're called by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. The public is not allowed to address or respond to speakers or committee members unless they've been recognized by the chair of the committee. Mr. Verbeek, do we have any notified absences?
Yes, Mr. Fletcher and Dr. Reese are notified absences for today.
Excellent. I call this...
Charles is running late.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Alder Miadzi said he would be late.
Good. I call this meeting of the ALRC to order at 5:39 p.m. Mr. Verbeek, will you please call the roll?
Alder Revere?
Here.
Alder Revere present. Mr. Barship?
Here.
Barship here. Dr. Reese is excused. Ms. Farley?
Present.
Ms. Farley present. Mr. Donnelly?
Present.
Mr. Donnelly present. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Westra here. And Alder Carter.
Present.
Here we have quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is approval of the... Thank you. Approval of the minutes from May 18th, 2022.
Move approval of the minutes.
Hear a motion to approve from Alder Carter. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Farley. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Minutes are approved. Next item, general public comment. Are there any registrants for general public comment?
There are not.
So next up, disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Members, are there any disclosures or recusals? There are none. Next up is presentation of the consent agenda. Mr. Verbeek will read off the item numbers that are proposed for the consent agenda and what action is proposed for them. And then members will have the opportunity to remove any items from the consent agenda that they would like to discuss further. And after we have voted on the consent agenda, Mr. Verbeek will read the disposed of items in detail. So, Mr. Verbeek, will you please let us know what is proposed for the consent agenda?
Sure. The proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting June 15th, 2022. Recommended council to grant temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street permit. Item number 3, change of agent items 11, 12, 13, 14. Entity reorganization items 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. And 26, another change of agent number 76, public hearing, new license to Car Sushi Station, item 72, and 2 more entity reorganizations, 77 and 78.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any proposed items that you would like removed from the consent agenda? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chairperson Donnelly. Well, first I want to give a big welcome to our new member. If I could call in and a huge welcome home to our returning member, Amy. But I couldn't get that. I had to get that out before I spoke to the consent motion. I actually very much would like to add several items to the consent motion. I know that that's somewhat unorthodox, but this agenda is quite unorthodox in that it is 81 items, and many of those relate to making the street reprogram permanent. So I wanted to ask the Deputy City Clerk, are there any registrants, Jim, that are in opposition to agenda items 30 through 64 or agenda item number 79? If not, and if obviously with the consent of my colleagues, I very much would like to add again agenda change of license premise applications for their streetery program, agenda items 30 through 64 and 79.
I believe I see only one registration opposition, and it is for item 66. And that's it.
Thank you very much. And that's confirmed that there is. I didn't include 66, Jim. That's Taco.
Yeah,
I know that
correct.
We'll be spending time on that tonight.
Yep.
No, again, my question was agenda items 30, beginning with the Sylvie, through 64. So I apologize if I misspoke earlier. 30 through 64. So the Sylvie through the library, and then the late edition agenda item 79. So that my question was, are there any registrants in opposition for 30 through 64 or 79? I certainly was not going to include Taco Local on the consent motion.
Yeah, I did hear you. The answer is no. The only opposition we have in all the registrations tonight is
I see what you're
66.
saying. So tonight,
Yeah.
the only items that there is controversy over from the communities thus far is for Taco Local.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Alder Verveer.
So Chair, do you have any concerns with adding those or with the consent?
Only item 35, the change of licensed premises for Green Owl. That is not just for a streetery extension. There's additional content to that. Is it your intent to propose that for consent agenda as well?
Thank you. I did notice that when I was reviewing the packet that includes an interior remodel. I personally have no concerns or questions about that, and I'm happy to either include it or exclude it if there are any questions.
Well, we can count it as proposed consent, and anyone who would like to pay any more attention to that is welcome to separate it. Ms. Farley.
Sorry. I just wanted, I'm trying to go through all of them right now just to confirm, but I also wanted to check that they were just the outdoor premises before.
It is on all of the ones that Alder Verveer listed, with the exception of item 35, are only outdoor extensions of premises.
Okay, thank you.
That everything you needed? Excellent. Committee members, what other questions or clarifications do you have, or items you would like to remove from the consent agenda? Alder Carter.
I think we should take 35 out if they have more than just the streetery. Thank you.
Of course. Anything else? Ms. Farley, would you like another minute to review stuff? You look like you're looking very intently at the agenda.
And look intently for hours, we can move forward.
Cool. Okay, so we have the consent agenda as initially proposed by Mr. Verbeek and then expanded by Alder Verveer to include all of the streetery extensions. At this time, a motion would be in order. Ms. Westra.
Move approval.
A motion to approve. Alder Carter. I believe Alder Carter seconds. Any discussion?
Can you go over the numbers again? I'm not opposing it.
Of course. It is to grant items 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19 through 26, 30 through 34, 36 through 64, 72, and 76 through 79.
Thank you.
Of course. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I'll second for the record if Alder Carter wasn't seconding that and actually asking the question.
I was seconding it. I
Okay.
just needed the numbers again. Thank you.
Very good. And if I could just quickly ask a question of Attorney Zillavy. Attorney, you've always opposed inclusion on the consent motion of new licenses. Do you have objection to agenda item 72 being included? I know that traditionally that's been a concern.
We can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you speaking. No.
While Jennifer's figuring out her audio issue, can you just confirm, Jim, is why you included that on the consent motion? Is that a late renewal?
It's not a renewal. It's an operation that currently is an alcohol license. It's a 2-member LLC going down to a 1-member incorporation, and it's one of the 2 members is going to go solo now. There's no conditions at that location. One thing of note is they have requested a Mandarin translator, and I caught that late, and unfortunately, we're not able to get a Mandarin translator for this meeting. So it was on the consent agenda because it's someone who currently operates that. It looks to be they're operating the same sort of operation. There's no conditions in the license, so that is why that was on the consent agenda, and it passes our otherwise checklist that we have for putting things on a consent agenda.
We don't have any blanket guideline to exclude new licenses from the consent agenda. It's just certain kinds of new licenses and certain areas are never on the consent agenda.
Yes, correct. And thank you, Jim. But Attorney Zillavy has traditionally always objected to any license applications, as Jim remembers, on the consent motion. So I don't know, is your audio fixed now, Jennifer?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Great.
Yay. So based upon Jim's explanation, yes, I do not have any objection to leaving that on the consent agenda. I think it's appropriate given the circumstances.
Wonderful. I do too. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, both of you. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, is there any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Mr. Verbeek, will you please read off all of the items that have been disposed of for anyone in attendance? If your item is on the list that Mr. Verbeek is about to read off, that means that item is done and we're not going to be discussing it later, so you're welcome to take off. Jim?
Okay, feel free to catch me if I mess up this, but the past consent agenda for ALRC meeting June 15, 2022, recommended council to grant item number 3, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Madison Museum of Contemporary Art, event art fair on the square, dates June 10th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and June 11th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Item number 11, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. 12, change of agent, Bird Dog Hospitality. 13, change of agent, Nat Spiel Inc. 14, change of agent, Ultimate Mart LLC. 19, entity reorganization, Duoba Brothers Inc. Item 30, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company at 606 South Whitney Way. 21, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company, 7810 Middle Point Road. 22, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company, 8302 Old Sauk Road. 23, entity reorganization, Walgreens Company, 3710 East Washington Avenue. 24, entity reorganization, Blazing Wings Inc. 25, entity reorganization, Regent Market Co-op. 26, entity reorganization, Nakoma Golf Club Inc. 30 is change of licensed premises, the Renfro Refreshment Company LLC. 31, change of licensed premises, Ideal Bar LLC. 32, change of licensed premise, Alchemy Cafe LLC. 33, change of licensed premises, Lucille Madison LLC. 34, change of licensed premises, Merchant Madison LLC. 36, change of licensed premise, East Main 119 LLC. 37, change of licensed premises, Jordan's Big Ten Pub Inc. 38, change of license premise, Stani Bar Inc. 39, change of license premise, Nat Spiel Inc. 40, change of license premises, Alabaster Entertainment LLC. 41, change of license premises, Fox and Bird LLC. 42, change of license premises, Growl LLC. 43, change of license premise, Four Pond LLC. 44, change of license premise, Wando Ventures Inc. 45, change of license premise, First Madco Inc. 46, change of license premise, Weary Traveler Inc. 47, change of license premise, Caribou Tavern Inc. 48, change of license premise, Maduro Rapper LLC. 49, change of license premise, Pat and Mike Inc. 50, change of license premise, Two Dudes and the Chick LLC. 51, change of license premise, FMS LLC. 52, change of license premise, Orbit of State Inc. 53, change of license premise, Drop-In LLC. 54, change of license premise, Dandy Fire Inc., DBA Woofs. 55, change of license premise, Dandy Fire Inc., DBA Dino Vino. 56, change of license premise, Papa Vero LLC. 57, change of license premise, T&M Ventures Inc. 58, change of license premise, Blue Bandit Inc. 59, change of license premise, Schmuck and Schmuck. 60, change of license premise, Zapple LLC. 61, change of license premise, Duma LLC. 62, change of license premise, Van Nest Enterprises. 63, change of license premise, Short Stack Eatery LLC. 64, change of license premise, Thompson Cafe LLC. Item number 72, public hearing new license, Takara Sushi Station Inc. 696 South Whitney Way, Class B combination liquor and beer. 76, change of agent, Servant 33 LLC. 77, entity reorganization, Williamson Street Grocery Cooperative at 2817 North Sherman Avenue. And 78, entity reorganization, Williamson Street Grocery Cooperative at 1221 Williamson Street.
2 corrections. We also have item 79.
Okay. 79, change of license premise, Beer Rock LLC.
And you called item 20, item 30. So just if somebody's reviewing this later, we don't have one Walgreens item that we missed.
Gotcha.
Cool, excellent. So that is all disposed of. So once again, if the only item you were here for is one that just got listed off, you are done for the night. And let's see what's up next. Item 2, operator's license application. Do we have a registrant for this item?
We do. Crystal Barron is registered and here.
Excellent. Crystal, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I am Crystal Barron. Can you guys see me? I don't see anything. Like on my phone. Like, can you guys see me?
We can hear you, which is the part that matters.
Okay. All right. So that's all I need to do, or do you want me to change something?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. Thank you.
But here we are, and now Captain Zanders, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Chair. However, I am having difficulties with my camera, so please allow me to proceed without the use of the camera.
That is fine. Can you let us know why this application was flagged for our attention, please?
Absolutely. Well, good evening, Crystal. I'm Captain Zanders with the City of Madison Police Department Central District. My role on this committee is to conduct a background check and viewing supporting documentations that are contrary to the guidelines bound by ALRC and in accordance with state statute. It is not my intent to cause embarrassment or to belittle anyone. I reiterate, my role is to bring forward information discovered via the background process. And looking at your background investigation, background investigation, I did identify 2 items of concern. So I will start with that. So guideline number 2 advises the following. Provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for 1 or more offenses within the last 5 years, or for 2 years or more offenses arising out of separate incidents within the last 10 years, and the following subcategories do not qualify for an operator's license. Appearance A states violent crimes against the person of another, including but not limited to battery, disorderly conduct, sexual assault, injury by negligent use of a vehicle, intimidation of a victim or witness. Appearance B cites crimes involving cooperation or lack thereof with law enforcement officials, including but not limited to resisting or obstructing a police officer, bribery or public officers, employees, eluding police, bail jumping, hit and run, perjury, or acts of threats or terrorism. And looking at your application, I noted that you have an open disorderly conduct and battery charge stemming from a domestic incident with Sun Prairie PD that occurred on June 27, 2021. And on April 21st, 2022, city ordinance referenced a resisting and obstructing conviction stemming from a Madison police investigation on February 20th, 2022.
Okay.
Also note in the guidelines, guideline 3, apparent A and D, I will start with that as well. Provided the circumstances of the offense that substantially relates to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted or has a current charge pending for 2 or more offenses arising out of separate incidents within the last 5 years, and the following subcategories does not qualify for an operator's license. Appearance A, disorderly conduct, criminal damage to property, solicitation of prostitution or other prostitution-related offenses, wherein the offense involves an incident at a place that is or should have been licensed under Wisconsin State Statute 125. And then appearance D to guideline 3 will also cite operating a motor vehicle under the influence of intoxicants or drugs. I previously mentioned the disorderly conduct charge. However, you also do have on your record a DUI stemming from March 23rd, 2019, which was a first offense OWI with the conviction date of July 16, 2019. So those are the incidents that came up. Crystal, at this time, I will give you the opportunity to kind of speak on the incidents and address any concerns reference the guidelines to this committee.
Okay, I guess I'll start with the DUI, first offense DUI in 2019. I was going through a very hard time in my life at that time, and I was not working. I was not leaving work when that happened. I was wrong for drinking and driving, but I was an emotional wreck, and I realized how wrong I was for that situation. I took my classes. I realized like how much bad things I could have caused. I'm a single mother, and my son is going to be 10 next month. And I completely understand, like, I shouldn't have put myself or others in that situation when I was drinking and driving. And as for I am going to trial because of my sister this last this last June when that happened with my sister. It was my son's birthday party, and my son and my grandmother's joint birthday party. And my sister got irate and she was leaving the party, and then she's screaming at me and started running back at the pool area, which was the pool in the backyard of my house. And I tried to run and close the gate from her getting in, and she was charging at me, like she was yelling at me and charging at me. I was scared for my life, so I tried to shut the pool gate door, and as she ran at me, I'm trying to shut the door, and my mom's flip-flop, because it was a birthday party and like you had to use a key fob to get in and out of the pool. My mom had put our mother, me and my sister's mom, had put her flip-flop in to make it so the gate wouldn't shut as people were coming and going. And so I just wanted to shut it. The flip-flop was in the way. As I let go, like, because me and my sister were pulling the gate, like I'm trying to pull it towards me to shut it, and she's trying to pull it open towards herself to get in and attack me. And as I stopped pulling, because the gate's going back and forth, as I stopped pulling the gate to me so that I could because I was only wearing flip-flops myself, and this metal gate would have like busted my toes open if I would have, pulled it. I was trying to get my mom's flip-flop out of, being propped in the door. And so I let go of the gate just a little bit to, so that I wasn't pulling it onto my foot. And as I let go, my sister pulled the gate into her face, and my family was there. My grandparents were there. My son was there. My mom, our mother. Yeah, it's all our family was there. So my sister goes, and she was gone for like 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden, the police show up. So she calls the police and says that I'm the one that, she says that I punched her in the face when she pulled the metal gate into her face. And so I'm taking it to trial because I'm not going to accept battery and disorderly conduct for something I never would have laid a hand on my sister. And because of her story of what she told the police believed her. And I just wasn't going to fight the police in front of my family and my son. And so that's why I'm taking it to trial. My whole family is there, our whole family, between me and my sister. So she's like with the prosecutor the state. And so my whole family is going to be there to testify about what happened, that I never touched my sister. And my grandparents and my mom would never just take my side over my younger sister. My sister has ongoing problems. If you looked up my sister's name, she has over 14 criminal battery offenses. That's why I was afraid of her, because she has attacked me in the past, and she has gone to jail for holding knives to people's throats and imprisoning. She imprisoned her friend in the bathroom with a knife to her throat. And then my sister was on I'm sorry, I'm just getting really shaky just about the thought of how scared I was of my sister that day. So, and I was just trying to shut the gate, and she pulled it open into herself. So that I will be going to trial next month on the 20th. We have our trial date set.
Cool.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I was just telling you it's fine. It's, do you have any other items you'd like to discuss?
So the resisting arrest was, so the police were banging on my door, and I opened up the door. They brought me to the ground and said that my son was in danger. And then they went and they found my son, and because I was on the phone with somebody else, and I was arguing with someone on the phone, and my son called the police, and the neighbors downstairs called the police. And so I unlocked the door to, because the police are banging on the door. I unlocked the door. They whip me down to the ground, you know, like, I mean, like shove me down to the ground. Like I really wasn't resisting arrest. Like they just wanted to go and check on my son. And I understand that. And that's why they forced me to the ground. But the, so okay, so when they brought me out in the hallway, they kept asking me who was here, and I kept telling them no one was here. I was arguing with someone on the phone, and then they just kept repeating the same question over and over again. So then all of a sudden the woman cop that like put me to the ground, she's like, all right, she told the two men, like, all right, handcuff her, she's being arrested. And I said, hold on. So that's when I just like stiffened up a second. I said, hold on, what am I being arrested for? And she wouldn't even tell me. So I think it was just a fake, like, I don't know. Like they were just trying to get me to tell them more information. So I was just upset that I wanted to be told why I was being arrested. And I was scared because I have no family in Madison. Like family would have to drive a few hours to come here and take care of my son. So I didn't know. It was the middle of the night, midnight. And I was just, I stiffened up, you know, and like didn't put my hands behind my back just because I wanted to know why I was being arrested and to tell me like what's going to happen to my son. All they did was bring me to the bottom of this, because I live on the second floor of my apartment. So they brought me to the bottom of the steps and talked to me and got my information and just gave me a ticket for resisting arrest. And I'm like, so am I being arrested? They're like, no. So I'm like, so what was I? Okay, so I resisted arrest for not, I just didn't understand the whole situation. So I just paid the ticket and I went on with it because I'm dealing with that whole trial. And it's just a really scary situation right now for me.
Gotcha. Alder Carter?
Crystal, have you taken any anger management classes with your OWI or since then?
No, there was no anger management classes taken.
Okay. The other question I have, because you're applying for an operator's license, how would you deal with a difficult customer?
In what situation exactly?
Well, are you
so
dealing with it for being at Harmony Bar, an operator's license? Are you going to be serving or no?
Yes, that's what I intended. So when you asked how I would deal with the unruly customer, I'm just wondering like a situation, because there's so many different types of situations of customers.
Well, you can pick whatever situation you think you can answer that question.
Okay, well, the most recent situation I would start with, I had a woman, and so there was a band going on and the music was really loud, and she asked for a drink, like I got her a spotted cow or something, right? And I brought her back her drink, and I asked her if she had a tab open, you know, and she said yes. And then I asked her what the name was on the tab, and I couldn't hear, like, now I'll never forget the last name. It was Kaminsky, you know? So I was like, all right. But at the time I was like, can you say the first name too, you know? And then that way, when I go over there, cause I had like at least 30 open tabs of people. So when I go over there, I'm like, I don't know exactly how to spell Kaminsky. So I'm like, can I have the first name? And then she goes, it's Kaminsky. And she kept saying it, you know, like, but I really couldn't. I'm like, okay, can you spell it out? And then she goes, it's a strong Polish name. And I was like, and I could hear her say that, but I'm like, well, what's the first name? She's like, all you need is the last name. I'm like, ma'am, okay. So I was like, so then she started getting upset, and she's like, why are you not listening to me? And I said, honey, I said, I'm not trying to not listen to you. I said, the music is really loud right here. So I'm like, can we just go talk over there, you know, like at the other end of the bar where it's less noisy? And she just got super upset. So then I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna figure this out myself, just go over to the kiosk and try to figure it out myself. Like in my head, that's what I'm like, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out whose tab this is. And then, so then she just starts yelling and she's like, why are you like, the things that were coming out of her mouth just didn't make sense. Like she must have been mad at the world before she even got there. So she just started screaming at me, like saying mean names to me. And so I just like, first I looked around and I'm like, I'm looking for, my other coworkers, and they were around me all day up until that point. And right now I'm completely alone. So then I walked away and went and found my management, because thank God my manager was there. But they were on the other side of the bar with the music. So I found him and I asked him to go talk to this woman, and she got so upset. So anyway, so
you basically use patience with her, even though she was difficult.
I'm sorry, you used stations, you said?
Patience.
Yes, exactly. So I was like,
Okay.
I know like these people have problems outside of me and I'm not the problem. And so we had my manager talk to her, and then she was getting so irate with him that they said, please close out your tab and please leave. And it was her and her son and her husband, and because my shift still had a few hours left. So within 2 hours, her and her son walked back into that place and they apologized to me and we hugged it out. I'm like, obviously this, this is a family place, and we want good things to happen, what happened was a complete miscommunication. So she came back, we hugged it out, and yeah, I'll never forget her name.
Thank you. I have a question for Captain Zanders.
By all means.
Captain Zanders, on the incident on June 27th, were there any witnesses interviewed or not?
Yes, there was a witness interviewed, but that witness later changed their statement. And once again, this is a Sun Prairie incident.
Sure.
The witness did advise, give me 1 second order. That they did not fully see the incident as previously reported and that their back was turned.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I am done with my questioning, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Carter. As a reminder for our returning members and information for new members, whether somebody needs the license is not a factor that's relevant to our decision. So that said, is it Barashak?
Baruchak. Thank you, Chair.
Baruchak. Thank you.
Crystal, were you ordered to do an alcohol and other drug assessment?
I'm sorry, for what?
For your OWI 1, were you ordered to do an AOD? What was the results of that?
The assessment?
Yes.
From like the therapist that I sat with, or the class that I took? I'm sorry, it's been a while.
Did the therapist make any finding about your after that assessment? What was the result of the assessment?
So I think like from what I remember, because it could have went like two different ways. Like she could have put me like in classes for like mental health classes or something, but instead they just had me take like the regular class, that like the first offender course. Does that make sense? Or I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
That's fine.
Go.
All right, thank you. Ms. Farley, then Alder Verveer.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong here. So looking in the application, it does look like you did not include any of your arrest information or pending citations. Can you speak towards why this information was not included on your application?
So yeah, so I'm doing this. I did the application on my phone. I tried to do it like 3 different times and I was having issues on my phone, which like I'm having issues with my camera right now on my phone too. I need to buy a computer. So, but it was something about getting the documents in there. I was having problems with getting my license, I was having problems uploading and using that website with my phone, and I'm sorry for that. I missed that. It wasn't intentional.
Thank you.
All the other applications that I've done online, or this is the only one that I've done online with the city of Madison, because I've been bartending since April of 2008, and I've had a operator's license in the township of Bristol since April of 2008 up until last year. And then, so the township of Bristol was just like a piece of paper. Yes.
Bristol? You've answered the question. It's okay.
Sorry.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Hello, Crystal. Most of my questions have already been asked and answered, so I think I only have perhaps 1 or 2 for you, and that is in your domestic violence situation that you articulated earlier. Could you explain to what extent alcohol was involved in that incident, please?
At the you said which incident with at the birthday party at my house with the pool?
Correct. The incident that occurred in Sudbury last year.
So I had 2 drinks that day, and the incident happened like an hour before I was like brought downtown and arrested. My blew. So when I blew, because like I had to have my own, I bailed myself out. So they let me like grab my own stuff and my money and stuff and bail myself out. And so they said the only way to leave was to either blow a breathalyzer. And I said, I'm not drinking and I'm not driving. So why do I have to do that? And they said, well, the only way that you're bailing yourself out is if you blow right now. I said, otherwise you'll have to do blood work. And, and I'm like, all right, well, I want to leave here, obviously. So I blew. And then I said, so what did I blow? And they told me that I blew zeros because, so when I asked them what I blew, they said I blew zeros. So the 2 drinks that I had, and it was like 2 beers. So I feel like all that alcohol was had to sweat it out of my body because we were at the pool party for several hours. So, but yeah, 2 drinks. And when I blew that night, I blew nothing.
Excellent. Thank you, Crystal. Ms. Farley?
I'm sorry, I had another question or 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Verveer.
Thank you. So is there a bail condition in that open case that you not consume alcohol?
Yes. So I have not had any alcohol since June 27th of that day last year.
That's great. Thank you for that. And then my last and biggest question, I know you've kind of already addressed this, but just to assure us that, you know, we're not making a mistake granting the license given the unfortunate situation you found yourself in the last year or so. Since you just testified that you have been able to abstain from alcohol for a year now, or however long it's been, is it fair to say then that you don't think that alcohol is a concern in your life?
Yes, it's fair to say that I will not be drinking alcohol anymore. It is a scary thing. I make sure when I'm serving people that I'm not over serving them, especially when you're pouring hard liquor, you have to make sure that your pourers are correct on top of, because you're counting the right count, like when you pour, like some pourers can be broken and old. So yeah, like there's measures to make because I hate seeing people overserved and oblivious to what they're doing in their life.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, and good luck to you in the future.
Thank you.
Chairperson Donnelly, can I jump in for a quick second? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just want to do a point of clarity, reference Crystal stating that she blew. I just want to make sure that everybody knows what she means by that she blew, and that she provided a preliminary breath sample of reference alcohol. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that language when she talks about she blew.
Thank you, because I sounded terrible when I said that too. Thank you, officer.
On the bright side, I think all of us are sufficiently steeped in alcohol policy that we probably knew, but thank you, Captain Sanders. It's good to make sure. Ms. Farley.
This is more of a point of information. So I also noticed that the application is not signed or notarized. Does that happen after it's approved, or should it be signed before it's submitted for approval?
I can point to this one. So her submission was online. And so when you submit it online, it doesn't show a signature or a date or anything like that. And by state statutes, no alcohol license applications can be required to be notarized.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, both of you. Committee.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify that the city does not allow attendees to turn their cameras on. So for this applicant and anyone else, your device is not broken. Just wanted to let them know that. Thanks.
It's not just me. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. All right, committee, what further questions do you have for the applicant? All right, Crystal, we will let you know if we have any more questions. Committee discussion, Elder Verveer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Captain Sanders, please. Captain, could you just please confirm that I presume that you have the police reports in front of you for the resisting incident? Can you just please confirm for us that there's nothing in those reports that is inconsistent with the circumstances as they were explained to us by the applicant?
Yes, sir. As you're aware, Elder Verveer, oftentimes when we kind of do these types of situations, you know, everyone is entitled to their own truth. However, that truth may be contrary to what is written and taken down by the officer. So not to kind of overkill this, but there is some discrepancies in regards to the contact with police. When we talk about being taken down to the ground, this is called a decentralization based off of the struggle to get somebody into custody. In this case, officers were attempting to get the individual into custody, in which they felt resistance, straightening of the arms, limping of the body, and so forth. Also to note, reference this incident, there was noted by the officer that there was a kick of a sergeant on scene as Crystal was being conveyed to a squad car. So all these would come into factor. And as I'm reviewing the reports, I would say that the applicant was extremely lucky to get off with a city ordinance citation opposed to being conveyed to the Dane County Jail.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And there's absolutely nothing in the reports in terms of alcohol being on board, correct? Otherwise, the applicant probably would have been conveyed for bail jumping.
Absolutely nothing in this report that highlights that, sir.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Any further questions, Alder Verveer?
No, thank you.
Committee, what's your pleasure? Ms. Westra.
Move to grant.
Our motion to grant from Ms. Westra. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Alder Verveer. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, is there any dissent? Alder Carter.
Please record me as no.
Mr. Verbeek, would you please do a roll call vote?
Sure. Let's see. Alder Miadzi?
Abstain, but I would like to ask, I'm sorry, and being late, but can I ask Attorney Silvery a question before we go to the voting? I had my hand up a second earlier, but.
Of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, have we ever asked somebody to take a course before they finished, before we, in addition to granting something? I think fellow colleague mentioned about anger management, which I thought that there was not a lot of accountability as far as listing the charges on the application. Just a thought. Is that something we can ask? And I know we're not lawyers or police officers, but is that something we could ask in conjunction with asking for a license?
So I believe that's a question that Assistant City Attorney Brist should answer, since he is our counsel. Assistant City Attorney Zilliby is the prosecutor.
Okay, sorry.
As I understand the question, you want to know if we could mandate somebody to take some special course before we granted the license.
Yes.
The statute requires that they take a responsible beverage server course online or in person before we grant a license, but there's nothing in the statute that I can think of that would authorize us to compel somebody to take another class as a condition. Maybe somebody else has a different opinion. But I don't think we could mandate that particular requirement.
Oh, okay. I just wondering, I think one of the things that I heard her say was that she took some kind of first offenders program, which just rung a bell that I think that they're supposed to have some kind of accountability with something. And I just didn't see where there was a lot of accountability even stemming from the application side of it. So I would be voting no for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Miadzi. Captain Sanders.
I think we should also acknowledge that, yes, we are not perfect individuals. And thank you, Ms. Farley, for pointing out something that I missed in regards to the application being completely filled out. And as we all know, that is a violation of guideline number 5, in which applicants must truthfully and completely fill out applications. So I think the applicant did a great job of articulating the reasoning behind that, but I just wanted to also know that that guideline violation should also have been cited on the form that I received.
Thank you, Captain Sanders. So is there any further discussion of this item? Hearing none, Mr. Verbeek, will you please call the roll?
Alder Miadzi?
No.
Alder Miadzi, no. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Bruchuk?
No.
Ms. Bruchuk, no. Ms. Farley?
May I be reminded of the voting options?
Your options are aye, no, or you may abstain.
I'll abstain.
Ms. Westra?
Aye.
Ms. Westra, aye. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Chair, that is 2 ayes and 3 noes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Verbeek. So, item 2 does not pass. So moving on to items 4 through 10, change of agent for the various capital petrol locations. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not.
All right. Assistant City Attorney Zillavi, would you like to add any context for these items?
I don't know if everybody saw the email that I asked Mr. Verbeek to send around regarding why I wanted this separated. And at this point, I will reach out to the business and tell them that, I mean, if the committee wants to refer it until next month, and tell them that they need to have somebody here to speak to the change of agent.
That certainly seems in order. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Carter.
Yes, I would like to see Attorney Zillaby contact the applicant, and I would also like to move to have this appear on the next ALRC agenda.
Right, I hear a motion to refer to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Is there a second? Second from Alder Miadzi. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Items 4 through 10 are referred. Next up, item 15, entity reorganization for the Residence Inn. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move referral to the next meeting.
Hear a motion from Ms. Westra to refer. Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 15 is referred. Item 16, entity reorganization for the Laurel. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move referral.
Hear a motion to refer. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Farley. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 16 is referred to next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Item 17, entity reorganization for Lao Lan John. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not.
In the interest of efficiency, do we have registrants for item 18, the entity reorg for Sweet Home Wisconsin, or for item 27, the entity reorg for the Jenny Street Market?
We do for Sweet Home, Wisconsin. We do. I'm sorry, what was the other one?
27, entity reorg for the Jenny Street Market.
We do not.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to refer items 17 and 27 to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. Motion from Ms. Farley. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Items 17 and 27 are referred to next month. Item 18, entity reorganization for Sweet Home, Wisconsin, who came to the meeting. Welcome and thank you. Can you please introduce yourself and let us know what's going on?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Yeah, my name is Brett Best. I'm now the sole owner of Sweet Home, Wisconsin, hence removing my former business partner from the license.
That is very clear. Thank you. Committee members, what questions do you have for Brett? All right. Committee, what's your pleasure? Ms. Farley.
Move to grant.
Your motion from Ms. Farley to grant. Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 18 is granted. Congratulations, Brett, and have a good night.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next item, item 28, is an application for a change of licensed premises for Hook and Fade to increase their capacity. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do.
Wonderful.
Hosung Shin.
Hosung, can you please introduce yourself and tell us about your application?
Sure. Hosung Shin, president of Hook and Fade, also a majority shareholder of Farwell Ventures that owns Hook and Fade. The increase in space was requested for really a specific reason of being able to hold more private events at the venue. The venue is about 4,400 square feet. Usually a venue of that size, I've seen capacity all the way up to 250. Clearly, we're asking for something short of that. We provided the updated floor plan to the city inspector. That was approved, and I think we're well positioned to request for this change of premise.
So to be clear, this is an increase in capacity that goes along with an increase in floor space, making more room for those additional people.
No, the floor space still stays at 4,400. We were at 44, so space hasn't changed. We kind of undersized in terms of patron capacity. But what we didn't realize when we applied this last year is that a lot of the private events, whether it's birthday parties or whether it's a small corporate gathering, the size of 80 is too small. Often we lose business by folks saying, "Hey, we need at least 100," and because of that difference, that had a negative economic impact on our business. So that's what this is trying to remedy.
And what capacity numbers have you gotten from Madison Fire Department and from the building inspector?
So the building inspector asked us to submit a updated floor plan, and that was approved. He gave us a thumbs up. As far as the fire department goes, I have my architecture firm handle this, so I think they came by, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. For your information and for anyone on the committee, whatever is the lowest of the three numbers from the fire department, the building inspector, or ALRC is the one that's relevant. So if ALRC approves an increase tonight, then it would be in your best interest to check with the fire department and make sure they don't have any concerns. So committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Any questions? All right. Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not.
Okay. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I move to grant.
Your motion from Alder Verveer to grant, second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Or Ms. Westra?
I just have one question. I know a while ago, we were talking about trying to get the different capacity limits on licenses or something,
yes,
so that we could see these or be more in line with what building and fire inspection has. I was just wondering if we got anywhere on that, or that was, it is what it is.
Mr. Verbeek.
Sorry, Jim.
No, we have not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great question, Amy, and I wish that we had a better answer. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 28, change of licensed premises for Hook and Fade, is granted. Congratulations, Hosung, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have items 29 and 66, change of licensed premises for Taco Local at 811 Willie Street to add outdoor space, and item 66, change of licensed conditions to expand the hours for the same establishment. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do.
Sorry, say that again?
We do. David Rodriguez is here.
Okay, David, can you please introduce yourself and tell us what you are proposing?
Yeah, my name is David Rodriguez. I own Taco Local on Williamson Street, a couple of food carts and food trucks around Madison, and some catering businesses. We are, what we're doing today started as a streetery application way back when that program started. And expanding our hours is new, but we're looking to grow our restaurant and continue to serve our customers, and hopefully a few more of them to make the restaurant more profitable.
Excellent, thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Okay, Mr. Verbeek, Ms. Westra?
Yep, the only question I have is we're talking about both things right now, correct?
Correct. That was easy.
Yep.
Excellent. Mr. Verbeek, do we have other registrants for this item?
We do. For 29, we have a Lindsay Lee who's in support, not wishing to speak, will be able to answer questions. Heather Singer in support, not wishing to speak, but be able to answer questions. And Steve Ross is neither support nor oppose, and he does wish to speak.
Well, let's hear from him then, please.
There's no Steve Ross on the list.
Yeah, he's not here.
Okay. What am I looking at? So, David, we received a letter from Alder Benford saying that the Marquette Neighborhood Association met with you and worked out a compromise where you would have the patio with seating for no more than 16 hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and no music amplified or otherwise on the patio. For the expansion of hours, there was support for as long as the closing time was 11 p.m. for the 6 days that you are open. I don't want to just assume anything. So, is that a compromise that you agree to? And if so, would you want to amend your application to that?
So, if we're being frank, there was not a compromise that I agreed to. That happened to be what the M&A felt was for my particular establishment, what they were willing to give. The compromise that I was looking for was for midnight, and I didn't think that was an unfair ask. We're continuing to serve food for the duration of the time we're open. There are other new establishments on the same street in the same neighborhood that are allowed to stay open until bar time. We had originally asked for that because our hope would be that we could capture. We're getting requests to rent out our space for private parties. And so the real compromise that I had asked for was that we were allowed to be open until midnight, and then with a variance that allowed us to open until bar time for private events. We aren't. So 11 was what they were willing to give, but it doesn't match with other precedents in the neighborhood. It was frustrating. I felt like I was. I felt like the process from the beginning with the M&A was combative for whatever reason for our restaurant, and the tone of the meeting the other night felt the same. I mean, I spent the first 40 minutes of the meeting discussing a patio, and I kept trying to tell them, guys, the patio that we're discussing here is allowed under the streetery. It's not something that we need to discuss. I'd rather we spend this time discussing how we can be respectful neighbors and that kind of thing. I was shushed and quieted several times, as were the several people that I brought to support both of these things at the M&A, including another restaurant. That has a streetery patio. I was told that the streetery patio that we were asking for in the back of the restaurant was not a streetery patio and needed to be approved by the M&A. And I told them several times, I attempted to tell them this was wrong. I'd brought another restaurant that had a similar patio that could confirm this was part of the streetery program. It was like I was fighting just for the basic stuff that other people, you look at restaurants downtown, like we're able to shut down whole sections of street weeks after the streetery program started. I still haven't been able to get my patio approval. And so it felt like from the get-go, I was fighting tooth and nail for things that the M&A didn't have the right to keep from me. And then when it came time to talk about hours, we were restricted from the outset. This was I'm going to go back to something crazy. So at our first meeting with the M&A before we were granted our liquor license, they told me they were going to kick our patio application down the road because we could do the streetery program. So I had been asking for a patio out back. and they said you can do the streetery. Now, you know, anybody who has to build a patio knows you don't just build one. You have to pay. We needed to level it. You have to put in, it has to be ADA, you have to put in lighting, you have to buy tables and chairs. It costs a lot of money. Our quote was $27,000. And so there's no way I was going to build a $30,000 patio with the risk that the M&A could turn around a year later and deny it. Now, what happened was instead it backfired, and the streetery program became permanent. And then I come to this meeting and they're telling me that the patio application isn't part of the streetery program. And I recalled saying in the meeting, how come you referred me to the streetery program back in our initial meeting if you're now going to turn around and say that this isn't part of the streetery program? So there were so many things where I felt like I was fighting for rights that other people were just granted. And one of them is to be open until midnight, and possibly have a variance to be able to open for private parties that want to book us until bar time. And if you look at other establishments,
David,
yes,
I believe that you've answered my question, so I'm going to go to Alder Revere and let
guys. We've got sirens going off, tornado sirens right now on the east side. I need to get my family in the basement, so I need to go.
Go for it.
During the duration of this. Sorry.
That's okay. So Ms. Westra needs to step away. We still have quorum, but if anybody else needs to leave, we should have a motion to recess.
Do you want that motion now?
If you want to recess now, yes. Otherwise, at the time when you want to.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Of course. Okay. It appears that other people are. Ms. Farley?
Can I use this as an opportunity to ask a question?
You may.
So I know we have this wonderful website that allows us to look at alcohol licenses within certain districts. Is there any resources to be able to see like alcohol licenses that are in the immediate vicinity of another location to be able to compare provisions on those licenses?
Mr. Verbeck?
Unfortunately, there's not. I mean, you can search by just street address. I think you can search by just, like, if you wanted to search Atwood, you could find all the alcohol licenses in Atwood. But no, there's not one to search proximity to an address.
Ms. Farley, the best resource that I have found for this is not a website, but it is a document that was attached to last month's meeting. It's when we renew all of the licenses, you end up with a PDF that has all of the licenses and all of their conditions all in one document. And I often use that to search for keywords from conditions and things like that. Okay, Alder, or have I answered your question, or has your question been adequately answered, Ms. Farley? Great. Alder Revere.
Thank you. This isn't on the topic of the current agenda item, but rather the current weather situation. So the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Dane County until 7:30. I personally am okay with continuing the meeting, but I think that we're doing a disservice to our members that aren't comfortable continuing in the meeting, and our applicants that likewise might want to seek shelter. So I personally think it would be prudent to recess the meeting until 7:30 p.m., assuming that that is something that's doable from a tech perspective. If Joe would concur that that's something that we can easily do, and if we recess for a little over 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. We can put up a slate to that effect.
That would be great, Joe. I'll normally move a recess then until 7:30.
Right, I hear a motion from Alder Revere to recess till 7:30. Alder Carter, is that a second? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And a second. Is any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? All right, motion carries. We are recessed until 7:30. I recommend that people try to get back a couple of minutes before that, because it takes a while to get on though.
If anyone is around their computer, how long of a recess are we on?
Until 7:30.
Thank you.
No problem. Do I hear a motion to return from recess? Alder Miadzi, do I hear a second? Alder Carter, any discussion? Hearing none, any dissent? ALRC is reconvened at 7:31 p.m.
I do need to take roll.
Please do.
Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter present. Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Revere present. Alder Miadzi.
Here.
Alder Miadzi present. Mr. Donnelly.
Present.
Mr. Donnelly present. Mr. Bruchuk.
Here.
Bruchuk present. Ms. Westra.
Here.
Westra present. Ms. Farley, doesn't look like we have her back yet. But otherwise, Chair, we do have quorum.
Okay. So to refresh everyone's memory, we are currently looking at item 29, change of licensed premises for Taco Local to add outdoor seating, and item 66, a change of licensed conditions for Taco Local to extend the hours. We had a registrant here before. Is David still with? And he's right back there. Hey, David.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, committee members, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Carter.
David, I just can't remember if you said that you invested in the patio or not.
What I said was the cost to invest in a patio was quoted around $27,000 because we had to build a deck that had footing, etc. And there was no way that I could afford to build a $27,000 patio and furnish it with furniture and lighting and make it ADA, with the risk that the M&A could turn around and deny me an actual permit a year later.
Sure.
Yep. Now it's all coming back to me, David. Thank you.
Any further questions, Alder Carter?
Not right now. Thank you.
Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair Donnelly. So, David, apologies to you and all the others waiting to speak about our recess. So, where we left off when the committee recessed was you were articulating your opposition to the so-called compromise that was reached last evening at the Marquette Neighborhood Association Preservation and Development Committee meeting.
Yes.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't mean to be repetitive from what Chair Donnelly was reviewing with you before we recessed, but if you don't mind, could we just go through our understanding of the so-called compromise, and you can object or not to each aspect of it? Or should I just let you go ahead and respond?
Yeah, I can respond. So the compromise that the M&A was willing to make last night was for 11 p.m. I was asking for midnight with a variance that would allow that we could stay open till 2 a.m. for privately booked parties that rent the space out. And that's because we do get inquiries for these groups, and the amount of revenue that we can achieve. There are a couple of things. Being able to book these parties, it can be 2 or 3 days revenue at a time, and we're not your normal restaurant. Our servers are making $15 to $20 an hour plus tips. Everybody that works there is making those wages, and I can only price a plate of tacos so high. And so I need to have additional seating. I need to be able to take on events. And I believe I can do so in a way that's respectful to my neighbors. The events that we're talking about booking would be inside the restaurant, and outside of that, and if our restaurant is open or has people in it, we are serving food. So we're not asking to turn into a bar. We intend to remain a restaurant. And one of the few places where you could go get food after, say, 8 or 9 o'clock on Williamson Street. I think that's an amenity that's good for everyone. And I also think, and this was the point I was beginning to make, is there's precedent in the neighborhood at IO and Tiny's and Mickey's and a number of other establishments, Cafe Coda, Crystal Corner, the Wisco, Gibbs, for places that are allowed to stay open later. And those are places that aren't even required to serve food, which I wouldn't say we're currently required to, but we will serve food because at the end of the day, we're a Latin American street food restaurant, and that is what we've set out to do. So right now, I'm coming in on the back end and doing what I should have done if I wasn't, we'll just call it what it is, green and new to this when I went into my first meetings in 2020. And I am asking for the things that my business needs to thrive and at the same time, and what I wanted the conversation to be about at the M&A was being respectful neighbors. And instead it continued to be a discussion about a patio that we're allowed to have through the streetery anyway. And we spent 40 minutes on it. And I really wanted the conversation to be with my neighbors about how we can cohabitate and be respectful neighbors. And so that is what I'm asking for. And I don't think that I'm asking for the world.
Thank you. So again, so you would not agree tonight to amending your current alcohol license condition that reads currently, this is condition number 3, alcohol sales shall cease by 10 p.m. daily. You would not agree tonight to striking 10 p.m. and inserting 11 p.m. as per the apparent discussion at last night's neighborhood association meeting.
Well, if that is the best that I can get, then that's what I'll take. But I believe that there's precedent in the neighborhood that says just like I should be able to have 2 cute little tables out in front of my restaurant, like so many places up and down the street. I should be afforded the same opportunities that other businesses in the Willie Street area are afforded.
I appreciate that. So as part of again, I don't mean for you to take offense if I keep using the word compromise. Maybe that's not the best word, but as per the discussion as we understand it last night, and I do not believe we received the communication from the Marquette Neighborhood Association, but we did, of course, from the alder of the district, Alderperson Benford, and Alderperson Benford was able to join us a few minutes ago, and I really appreciate that. I know I spoke with Alder Benford during the recess, and he has a sick child that he's tending to at home. So I appreciate Brian, you being here. So Brian obviously was at part of the meeting last night, and he can speak for himself. But beyond that, in the email that we did receive from Alder Benford, again, which is a communication that we have about last night's conversation, it says further, if I could continue, David, that as it relates to your patio request, and by the way, there is no such thing as streetery, anymore. We don't use that word, even though I used it earlier in the meeting. But anyway, that under streetery, your request for the patio, you would ask that the patio, excuse me, let me rephrase that there would be no amplification whatsoever on the patio, correct? And that it would close at 9 p.m. as per the
that
current,
is absolutely correct. There will be no
ordinance.
Correct. There will be no music. The patio will close at 9. it'll open at 9 and close at 9. So it's not going to open earlier than that, and it won't close later than 9. And we don't plan on even having, there will be no kind of music out there, just the sounds of delicious tacos being eaten.
Nice.
Very good. So you do not need to apply for a conditional use permit, because when the council in March amended the ordinance to create the, again, so-called permanent streetery program, as long as you agree to closing by 9 p.m. and no amplification or any entertainment for that matter outside, you do not need a conditional use permit, correct? So you're following all of those so-called supplemental regulations in the zoning code.
That is our intention, yes.
Very good. And the seating would be for 16 persons?
That is, so that we have a drawing that has some tables, and I believe it's for 26. My 16 is likely a close number to what we're looking at. What I was looking at was our overarching total capacity is 50, and we have seating for between 30 and 36 inside. And so that would allow us for, that a difference between 36 and 50 up to that difference outside. But if we want to set the number at 16, if that has to be done, I don't think it does, but if it does, then that's a condition I'm not going to fight.
So that, again, obviously Alderperson Benford can fill us in on his own, but in the Alder's email, he states that the so-called compromise was 16 capacity outdoors. Am I reading that right?
That is, it's interesting to call it a compromise, but that's what the MNA decided that they were comfortable with.
And again, don't be offended by the word compromise. Again, that's in Alder Benford's email, so that's why we've been using that phrase tonight.
And I do believe that the MNA felt that to be a compromise. I'll say that.
Okay.
I feel differently because in my first interactions with the MNA, the compromises that I was essentially asked to take meant not having the seating that I needed to be a profitable restaurant. And so to me, it wasn't a compromise, but again, I think at that time, the MNA probably did feel that they were compromised,
So before we move off from the patio, so on your application, you state that, the capacity outdoors would be 25. Are you saying tonight that you're willing to amend the application and for the outdoor capacity to be 16 then?
Like I said, if that is necessary to move forward, then I am willing to do that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not necessary, if the ALRC is looks up and down the street and says there's precedent that says we don't have to put this restriction on this business, then I would prefer to go with that. But if that's not in the cards, then I will defer to what's available.
Thank you. I appreciate that, David. And so in your application, I think as part of your proposed outdoor new capacity of 25, it also included the 2 tables and seating for 6 on Willie Street out front on private property. Am I correct, by the way? Is that public property or private?
That is private.
That's what I
private
thought.
Property,
not a sidewalk cafe.
Yep, it's private property that we've just had repaved and made it all pretty and nice, and it really seems like the perfect place for a couple of cute cafe tables.
Yes. So, and again, it's awkward because obviously I can very easily ask the Alder of the district from about last night's conversation, but was the 16 including or not including the 2 tables out front?
It was not including the 2 tables out front.
Okay.
That would be untenable. That would be untenable.
So in what you're saying, and I'll pause in a second because Alder Benford is seeking recognition, but just to close this thought. So what you're saying is that you're willing to agree to 16 on a rear patio and then an additional 6 in the front
That's correct.
cafe. Okay, very good. And then Chair, I'll yield to Alder Benford now.
Sure. Just before we do that, I had originally brought these two items up together because they're for the same establishment. I think it might be easier if we deal with them separately.
I couldn't agree more.
let's take care of the patio first and then handle the hours. And Alder Benford, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. As Alder Vavir said, our household is an infirmary, and sorry I couldn't join you earlier, and I deeply appreciate Alder Vavir reaching out. And David, I really appreciate the opportunity to listen to you last night and tonight, and all the members of the committee. Years ago, I briefly served on this committee, and I know that these issues are really complicated at times. And as I listen, and since we're just talking about the patio, I felt like, and David, open it up to you to correct me if I'm wrong, but there was consensus on the tables in the front. I believe how you described them and the conversation last night, that folks were receptive to the tables in the front. And then as far as the patio, if we use the word compromise, I understand when there's two parties that word could have really vastly different meanings. But it felt like at the final vote that people were really comfortable with 16. And I guess I'm here to say if, 18 or 19, I don't think that we're getting into the weeds that much, but it seems like you were not, I don't want to say agreeable, I don't want to put words in your mouth, because I understand there's two totally different interests. But David, what impressed me is you said that you wanted to be part of the neighborhood, and you are part of the neighborhood. And there was no one in my observations that had any opposition to your business per se. There's no one that had anything negative to say. It was just that the way this process unfolded, that as we talk about special events, and I don't want to sway off the patio issue, Chair. I promise I'll come back to it. I'm old and I go in circles sometimes, but I'll get back to it. So it felt like on the issue of the patio that everyone was in support of that. And I apologized at the meeting. I think there was confusion about the roadside cafe and what was entitled by being part of that program. And you agreed to 9 p.m. and no amplified music. So I just wanted to say that in regards to the patio issue.
And I appreciate that. I think
David, David,
yes.
David, you should wait for a member of the committee to ask you a question. Alder Benford was addressing the committee now. Well, not a problem. Alder Benford, do you have anything else that you want to say right now?
No, thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. So before proceeding, can you clarify for all of us, Chair, as to what item we're discussing first?
By all means. We're on item 29, a change of licensed premises, which is expanding into the outdoor space.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So as it relates to this request, I see that one of our registrants that was available to answer questions, if I remember correctly, before our recess, Lindsay Lee, has been seeking recognition. So would now be an appropriate time for me to ask Lindsay a question or two?
It absolutely would.
Thank you. Very good. And thank you for joining us, Lindsay. So I realize it's a little awkward because we're doing this one at a time now, which is the most common sense thing to do. So as it relates to the outdoor patio, and we, by the way, did receive your email this afternoon. So thank you for sharing your thoughts with the committee. As it relates to the outdoor patio, can you share your thoughts on that? And additionally, if you don't mind, I don't know if anyone else from M&A is currently in the meeting registered, available to answer questions besides yourself. Feel free as well to give us your take on last night's conversation.
Sure. So, I mean, there was no compromise because hopefully, David, this will, will remind you of the conversation. And then I believe Alder Benford can confirm there was no compromise because we supported everything you asked for. I don't know if you remember, David, I was trying to prompt you to list how many people, seating in back. So, I mean, we supported what you asked for. Maybe we would have, supported if you asked for 20, but you asked for 16. So, I wrote down what you asked for. And, I told you I'm going to turn this into a motion. I turned it into a motion supporting, what you asked for, and it passed overwhelmingly by the committee. I don't know what more we could have done. I know personally, I think outdoor patios are great. The two three tops in front, is as I, told the only people who had concerns, that seems like a given. Given that up and down Willie Street, there is outdoor, patios in front. So I just don't know what more we could have done. And there was no compromise because, you said 16. I was, surprised you said 9 a.m. I don't know if there would have been opposition to, earlier. So that's just the patio. The committees overwhelmingly voted in support. Thank you.
Lindsay, do you believe that there would be any concern with having the 16 in the back and 6 in the front?
Based on last night, I mean, there was really no, opposition, except, a couple who live in the condo across the street who have sent you a letter. But, I turned to them and said, I just see it as a given. And, they didn't, dispute, my analysis. Otherwise, there was conversation, but, based on what happened last night, it was an overwhelming vote of support. I'm a little confused why David is portraying it as we're not enthusiastic to, for him to have a patio. I think there's a recognition that the interior space has limited seating, and for him to be successful, it makes total sense that he needs during nicer days to expand outside. And plus, in front, it's going to be beautiful having those tables out there in front of that great building that, as I said last night, David is using that building in its highest and best use. So I just don't know what more we can do on the patio issue to be more supportive than what we were last night.
Great, thank you. Alder Revere, do you have further questions?
Thank you. I don't believe I have any other questions for Lindsay as it relates to this agenda item. I probably will on the next agenda item.
Excellent. Thank you.
For separating those. I do have some more questions, though, of the applicant at the appropriate time. But
of course.
I see Alderperson Carter might have a question for Lindsay.
Alder Carter?
Yeah, I have a question for Lindsay. So just going back to the patio, Lindsay, I understand that David asked for 16, but was the mood of the meeting would have went up to 18 or 20? Is that what you're saying?
Alder Carter, I can't say because that wasn't the discussion. I mean, looking, maybe I would guess so. I know personally, I don't have a problem with going higher, but that wasn't what was asked for. So.
Great, you answered my question. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Anyone else have any questions for Lindsay? Great. Thank you, Lindsay. Jim, do we have any other registrants for item 29 wishing to speak?
Let me just check to see if anyone, I know we had one that had registered but was not here. Steve Ross. I don't see him here. So no, I don't think there's anyone here who, oh wait, I'm sorry. Heather Sanger registered in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions.
Excellent, thank you. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask Heather? Why don't we go back to Alder Verveer then, who had additional questions for David?
Yeah, thank you. So again, sticking with the patio for now, David, on your application that you submitted to us some time ago, you had stated a proposed outdoor capacity of 25 total, and then in the attached plans, you have raised back patio with seating for 26, and then front patio seating for 6. So on the plans, it's 26 plus 6, but on your actual application, it's 25 you were asking for outdoors. So given what you heard, from Alder Benford and Lindsay Lee tonight, what are you, and after the conversation last night, what are you asking us for as it relates to exterior seating in the front and rear, please?
Right. So the total capacity of the facility is 50 currently. And what I was asking for, if you look at the patio, the way it's designed currently in the drawing, it has 15 chairs, but it is also lined with a bench. And so the actual number of seats out there would be greater than 16 in that current plan. And what I attempted to convey to the M&A last night was that the actual number of people that would be able to sit out there would be closer to 25. My intention is never to have more people in the facility than we are licensed allowed to have, which is 50. So if we had 25 people that were sitting outside, then we would only have 25 people inside. So that is where I think there is some confusion, and it has to do with people maybe not recognizing that there's bench seating on that patio, one, and the bench seating is attached to then an 8-foot privacy wall. So not necessarily maybe recognizing that those seats are there. Like I said, this if 16 is the number that people are comfortable with, I have to I guess I kind of explain where I'm coming from. I'm feeling a little bit of trauma from the initial meeting that I had, because in that meeting I was pushed to say and agree to things that weren't in my interest, because I was new to doing this and I didn't necessarily know what was going on. And so I'm coming into this meeting feeling I need to defend this M&A meeting last night, feeling like I need to defend the things that I'm asking for, right? And so that is where I'm coming from. That is why I'm not necessarily describing this like it was in the spirit of compromise. I was out there feeling like I had to fight for the things that myself and my business needed in order to survive.
So David, at this point, I think it's that we just want to make sure that we know what you are asking for, because we don't want to assume. So don't worry about the reasons, just what are the numbers that you're looking for?
If going with the recommendation of 16 is what makes the neighborhood and makes the neighborhood happy, I'm fine with that number. But 24 was what we're looking for on our application to be able to seat up to 24 people out there.
Gotcha. Alder Verveer, did that answer what you were looking for?
I apologize for clarification. So I have your application in front of us, and it was received on April 18th by the clerk's office. And it says you're asking for a total of 25 outside. And again, in the attached application, you have a very nice diagram and different seating for both the front and the rear. So what would be helpful to us, David, would be if you could just please confirm how many seats are you asking us to approve as part of your alcohol license premise for the 2 tables in the front of the building on Willie Street? And then how many persons are you asking your capacity to be on the rear patio? So if you could give us specific numbers for each, that would be very helpful.
Sure. So I guess if you looked at it that way, we would be asking for a total of 30 seats, but at no point to exceed our capacity of 50.
So it would be, I'm sorry.
And that 30 would be 6 in the front and 24 in the back?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I was looking for that. I appreciate that. So then let me turn to maybe the elephant in the room. If you read all the emails we received over the course of the last month or so, and that is about the entertainment that you had been holding. Latin night, I guess specifically, is what was causing disruption to some of your neighbors. My understanding from your conversation last night is that you are discontinuing all entertainment. Is that correct? Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, as I've said before, but what are your future plans for entertainment? And will you be seeking an entertainment license from us?
I do believe down the road we would like to have unamplified single act Latin jazz alongside dinner. That would end at 8, and we would seek an entertainment license for that. To speak to what had happened prior, I believe that I misunderstood the law or the ordinance and thought that having a single act non-amplified artist play was within the scope of the law. And so we are no longer doing that and won't do that again until we've gone through the licensure process.
Thank you. And we don't oppose entertainment by any means at this committee generally. So I think if you had applied for an entertainment license originally, we would have been able to work something out. And it's unfortunate that you've had apparently many acts performing there illegally. Maybe it's all been my friend Tony and his Latin jazz group, but however many it's been, it's unfortunate, because I think that's what's really upset some of your neighbors, as I'm sure you got the gist of last night, is having the doors open while there was amplified music playing inside, having the front doors wide open. And so I don't remember reading any concerns about patio noise from audible conversations of patrons. It was all about the amplified music that was heard in your neighbors' home.
I can.
Alder Verveer, were you asking a question there or making a statement?
I'm asking a question. So as it relates to the patio, I just want to confirm, David, you already answered about that you have no intention for the rear patio of having any entertainment or amplification in the rear. Is that also absolutely the case in the front?
Absolutely the case in the front. And I do want to clarify, at no point did we do amplified music. The only time we have music coming out of a speaker is when our Bluetooth speaker is playing music in the restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Again, sorry for misunderstanding. I'm just largely going by the emails that are in the record. So I think in terms of this agenda item, I'm complete. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, David.
Cool. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Committee, first, what additional questions do you have for the applicant about the outdoor seating? Okay, thank you for a moment, David. Does anyone have any questions for any of the other registrants? Okay, in that case, committee, what is your pleasure? Ms. Westra.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to move approval for the patio for seating for 24 in back and 6 in front.
All right, we've got a motion to approve item 29 with 24 in the back and 6 in the front. Do I hear a second?
I think Colin second.
Is that the yes? Okay. So discussion first. Ms. Westra, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay. Then next, Alder Benford.
Thank you. And once again, I missed so much of the conversation earlier. So I feel like I kind of jump in, but I think I get the gist of it. And Ms. Westra, thank you for the motion. I just wanted to say as Alder, and with 24 versus 16, I had said it earlier that because folks are under the understanding that 16, and when you talk about people, and I get there won't be music, but when you throw in a few more people, the noise is amplified. And the biggest concern, I don't know if you saw the layout of the neighborhood, were the yards in the back. So I guess what I would ask is that if we're going to do that, could we postpone this, and could we have a larger neighborhood meeting? Because not only with this agenda item, but it came out earlier, and David, I certainly heard what you said, that the first meeting I wasn't involved in, I wasn't there, so I don't know the conversations. And you mentioned that you were new and kind of forced into certain situations. But as we talk about entertainment license and we talk about future expansions, that maybe there's more voices that need to come together to look at this. And I think 24 is substantially more than 16. It's not, and I like the concept. I'm a visual person of benches and things. So I think, would 20 be a friendly suggestion? But it seems like as we start to get up there, I would appreciate a chance to bring neighbors together. And ultimately, that's what has to happen. And I think David would agree with that, that throughout the conversations I heard, the notion of connecting more with the neighbors. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Benford. Next up, Alder Carter.
I guess my thing is it sounds like the applicant has gone through several, I don't want to say stages, but has gone through several meetings, et cetera, about this, about what he wants to do to this property. So if Amy is willing, and David, I don't see if David's still with us. I don't mind going down to 20 on back, 6 on front, just to get this done. I don't really want to put this on the next meeting, scheduled meeting. That's just me. So please, everybody chime in. Don't let me be the last word.
All right. Alder Miazzi, and then Mr. Baruchak.
Thank you. After hearing the alder that's been part of the meetings, and he knows the decor, he knows the surrounding area, I definitely would go according to what he thinks. not only that, he raised a great point. Listen to the voices of the people is so huge, rather than going ahead and, that's a couple more tables, 4 people per table. That's 2 extra tables. So if to go to 24 is a huge, substantial change. That's a lot more people. So whatever the people agreed to is what we should go by. And I know that people don't want to delay this any further, but it's important to hear from the voices of the people when you're trying to make a decision. So I guess my question to Benford is not really to Alder Benford, is not really to have a compromise, but to what was the people really adhere to, right? Did they want 16 or did they want 20? So whatever was talked about, so it sounds like 16 was a number. So if he says that 16 is what they talked about, I'm willing to support 16, but I'm not willing to go over without a community meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alder Miazzi. Mr. Baruchuk.
I think the clearest articulation came from David tonight. He's specifically asked for the 32. He was willing to go down to 16. It sounded like he was willing to be flexible, but he asked for 32, and then it sounded like the Lee from MNA was also willing to be flexible. I think we would be safe approving the 32 today. If not, if the only other option is to go down, if that means we can take a vote today, we can go down to what's proposed in the application, or rather on the agenda, the 25. I would prefer that over postponing to another meeting.
Thank you very much. Well, at this point, we have a motion and a second for a total outdoor capacity of 30, 6 in the front, 24 in the back. It appears clear that the mover and seconder are not interested in amending that motion, so perhaps we could vote on that motion, and if it doesn't pass, someone could make an additional one for a lower capacity. But first, Alder Revere.
Thank you. A question of Alder Benford. Brian, I have always respected greatly for my service on this committee when a council colleague requests a referral to allow for a neighborhood meeting. I personally am comfortable supporting the motion, but I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Are you asking the committee to refer this matter to allow for you to organize a neighborhood meeting on this application and the subsequent application relating to the interior?
Thank you, Alder Vivier. Part of that conversation, we talked earlier about the word compromise, and let's just take that word off the table. For me, it's more about just having people have the opportunity to come together to discuss what impacts their lives and to have their concerns addressed out in the open. So I hear what you're saying, and I get it clearly. You don't want to see this again next month. You're plenty busy. I understand that. So I was hoping that the neighborhood association, they had intentional conversation around this with the applicant, and 16 came up. I understand that even tonight, there appears to be confusion amongst the numbers, and I'm not assigning blame or guilt. That's nobody's fault, but we're hearing different numbers throughout this conversation. So the numbers that folks talked about, that I think the vast majority in the neighborhood, as Lindsay had said earlier, they talked about 16. So, 24, and this is related to the other agenda item, that if there's these things that we feel we couldn't put due diligence on tonight because we're not sure that there was proper neighborhood buy-in or proper understanding of what's happening, then I would certainly ask for a referral. But if we can agree, I threw out 20, and here we're, numbers, but they do matter when it comes to voices out in the backyard. So if 24 is what you decide, we can go back to the neighborhood association, and we can, I think we can find peace with that, because once again, if the applicant if it was clear it was 24 that was wanted, then I think we could have talked about that sooner. But some of these numbers are coming up at the last minute, and this confusion is prevalent throughout this conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Benford. So,
could I ask a follow-up, please? I'm just trying to move us along here. I'm sorry.
By all means.
What you're saying, Alder Benford, is that if you would be comfortable if we amended the motion perhaps to 16-person rear patio, 6-person front cafe.
I would absolutely
for a total of as of tonight, at least, for a total of 22, and then you wouldn't feel that the neighborhood meeting is necessary at this point, but you could always organize a neighborhood meeting, and David could come back and ask for 30 or more. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, thanks for the clarity. That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
The other point I just want to point out to everyone, but especially to you, Alder, for a follow-up question, is that everything on all of the items on our agenda tonight won't be before the Common Council until our meeting next month on July 12th. So between now and July 12th, when this comes back to the council, does allow perhaps opportunity to schedule a neighborhood meeting as well. So just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of that if, for example, you could schedule a neighborhood meeting between now and July 12th on the council floor. You could move to change that number for what the exterior capacity is.
Thank you, Alder Verveer, once again for the clarity. But I think as you were talking, and I would bet that the applicant would agree to this, that the 20 in the back and the 22. I can't do math right now. My brain is fried by the end of the day, but I think we could find agreement tonight.
Yes, thank you. So I think it would be, we can ask the applicant to clarify, but I think it would be perhaps 6, if this was an alternate motion, we might move to get us going. 16 persons in the rear and 6 persons in the front, for a total of 22 exterior capacity. So anyway, I'll yield. I see Alderperson Carter is seeking recognition.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Alder Carter.
Yes, thank you. Alder Benford, you offered a middle road, I won't say compromise, a middle road of 20 on the patio and 6 in the front. Go ahead.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Please do that. So you all can get on with the meeting. Please just do that. Thank you, Alder Carter.
I am, Amy, I don't know how you feel, but I'm willing to, if you're willing to amend your motion to 20 and 6.
I will amend my motion to 20 and 6.
Thank you, and I will go ahead and second that.
Thank you.
So we already do have a motion. So I'd like to go to the original seconder of the motion that's currently before us. Mr. Burshak, are you comfortable with the change that Ms. Westra is comfortable with?
I'm comfortable voting on the amendment, or we can just do it how you wish.
Our slightly informal procedure in the past is if the original mover and seconder of a motion are both comfortable with a change to it, then we don't go through a formal motion to amend. We just say, okay, this is the new motion.
Understood.
Excellent.
And Chair Donnelly, I'm so used to talking, I forgot I didn't second the first motion. So Colin, I am so sorry about that.
Okay.
Carry on. I won't say another word.
Well, I need someone to say another word just to make sure we know exactly what the numbers are. So I want to hear somebody say this many in the back, this many in the front. Ms. Westra?
Yes. So the motion is being amended to 20 in the back, 6 in the front.
Excellent. So we have a motion.
26.
Beautiful. We have a motion and a second for that. Is there any further discussion of this motion? Is there any dissent? All right, motion carries. So for item 29, we have approved a change of licensed premises with additional seating of 20 in the back and 6 in the front. Excellent. So that's the first one. Next, item 66. Change of licensed conditions, again for Taco Loco. And this is an application to extend the hours. So the applicant has already, practically speaking, made an initial statement about this. Before we dig into questions for him and hearing from any other registered speakers, I would like to point out 2 things to the committee. The first is that an alcohol license and an alcohol license with or without any specific conditions is a privilege and not a right. And the second is that there are indeed a number of establishments in the same vicinity as this one that have later hours. In the vast majority of those cases, in my tenure on the committee at least, that has been a gradual process. A place will be approved with hours until 10 p.m., and then they come back having run successfully for a while and extend it to 11, and they come back after they've run that successfully for a while and extend it to 12. We absolutely have the power to set conditions on an original license. We have very little ability to add more restrictive conditions in the future. So we can always loosen them. We cannot necessarily tighten them back up again. Okay, all of that being said, first, what questions do people have for David? Alder Miadzi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ask the alder to actually, if they talked about hours as well with the constituents.
Okay, that's fine. Go for it. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Chair Donnelly. I hear the lightning at your place, and then a second later, we must live fairly close.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder Miadzi. They did talk about that last night, and I think it was included in the email. And Chair Donnelly, the process you described, as I listened to the conversation last night at M&A P&D, and my own personal thoughts is that I would hope that this process would continue to unfold where it used to be 10. last night, the committee was agreeable to 11 after some thoughtful conversation. And then if there's no issues, I really do believe that next year, because I have heard support for the establishment, but just, concerns and valid concerns. So they talked about 11 o'clock. They were agreeable to the speakeasy. I had heard comments all around that people would love to come and enjoy some great Latin food and a cocktail in the speakeasy part. And there was talk about adding another bathroom and such. So it felt, and I'm glad Lindsay is, I hope he's still on the call. His memory is much better than mine, but it felt like there was support for the speakeasy part and the hours going to 11. But I know I would definitely have to ask for a referral for a neighborhood meeting if we are talking about 2:30, if we're talking about special events. I think people would want to know the frequency when these are going to happen. And I think that I know there should be more community conversation if we're going to go to 2:30 on this. I think 11 o'clock is proper for this time. And as you described the process, the next year we can look at expansions and then more talk about these future events and entertainment license and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Benford. Alder Carter.
Alder Benford, when you talk about future events, are you talking about, or special events, are you talking about private parties? I just want that clarification.
Yes, thank you, Alder Carter. The applicant described interest in private parties and special events. And I don't doubt that there's a need out there. I don't doubt that. I just think that that's a big step from a place that originally closed at 10. So I think 11 o'clock at this time is what Marquette P&D came to decide on.
So even if they closed at, sorry, I muted myself, but even if they closed at 11 o'clock, do you still believe there should be a meeting regarding special events? Do I have that right?
I do. I think that there should be more time if we're talking about bar time, 6 days a week versus 11 o'clock. And I think, there was conversation about midnight, and the applicant and Lindsay Lee would be able to confirm that. But I really want to be true to what happened last night. And with future plans, I welcome, I probably won't be Alder at that time, but I do welcome hearing future plans about entertainment license and special events. But if I was living behind it, I would want to know how many nights a week there's going to be someone coming out, a group of people coming out at 2:30 in the morning.
All right, thank you, Alder Benford and Alder Carter. Committee, what questions, if any, do you have for the applicant? Mr. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. So if we could bring the applicant back into the meeting. There you go. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, David, for your patience with us this evening. Anyhow, now that we're on to perhaps the more difficult part of your request, and no, I'm repetitive when I ask you this, but given what you've heard, especially from the Alder of the district just now, are you comfortable tonight agreeing to amending your existing license condition number 3 that states alcohol sales shall cease by 10 p.m. daily and striking the 10 p.m. and inserting 11 p.m.?
It sounds like that's standard practice, and so yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't want to get into discussion now, but I will when we get to that point. Would you further, again, my apologies, don't take offense, but just thinking of the written record we have since our meeting last month, would you have any objection to an additional condition on your license that relates to entertainment?
No. I totally understand why that would go on there. So that's fair.
Yeah. Simply that no amplified entertainment is permitted.
Absolutely. I want to clarify that our Bluetooth speaker that we play music in the restaurant. It's not like we're not. It's music that people are dining to.
Yeah. Why don't I suggest no live? I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest no live amplified music.
100%.
Thank you. And this in no way, shape, or form would preclude you from applying for an entertainment license tomorrow or whenever.
Mm-hmm.
And similarly, applying for another change of license conditions in the future is, I think, has been suggested already tonight. I have no further questions at this time for the applicant, Chair, but I would like to ask Lindsay Lee a question.
Let's see. First, does anybody else have any questions for David? All right, thank you, David. Let's bring Lindsay back up. And go ahead, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Lindsay, for spending much of your evening with us tonight.
Of course, Mike.
I simply wanted to ask, because we didn't ask you to testify earlier about this part of the application, or this application, since there are two applications. Is there anything that you would like to share with the committee beyond what you emailed earlier today, as it relates to the proposed speakeasy and hours of alcohol service, et cetera?
Sure. I'd like to, thank David for being open to a slower approach to build confidence. I guess the one thing I would like to add is M&A and the Preservation Development Committee operates under a document that was passed 7 years ago called the Sense of the Neighborhood document, which outlines that we want to be a restaurant row early entertainment district. And, we have stuff in there like, restaurants usually close at 11 and, it has multiple points. I believe that was shared with David in 2020. Now, I don't think there's anyone in the neighborhood who has been more active in trying to get our neighborhood to be a entertainment restaurant district than me. But it has required compromise to get, others to come along. Also, context does matter. There's a new restaurant that will be opening next door, and I suspect it will. You will have to mirror the decisions made. With Taco Loco, to be fair. So I can see working to midnight. I just don't see going beyond that. But that's speculation. Once again, thank you, David, for the spirit of compromise and working together.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Mr. Baruchak.
Hi, Lindsay. So it sounds like David originally asked for bar time. You said you'd be comfortable with midnight. Am I hearing that correctly?
I said, maybe me personally and maybe others in the future will be. But last night, we stuck with the sense of the neighborhood document that I told you about, which is, 11 p.m. So I wouldn't, be comfortable with midnight because that's not what was, was, and it was a unanimous vote for 11 p.m. So, and once again, you will, if it's midnight, if you decide on midnight tonight, when Rajan, the old owner of the bond, comes to you for his, he might ask for midnight. And then, when Umami reopens, and they have great cocktails, I've had many, they maybe will want to be midnight. And, historically, our taverns have been on, the commercial side, the more commercial side of the street. So, I mean, you'll be setting a precedent that you might down the road, will have to be dealing with, so, on the south side of the street, these houses like Umami and, this space, they do butt up into residential neighborhood yards more so than on, the north side of the street. So that's why I have.
Thank you.
All right, Alder Miazzi.
I don't see any hands in the queue. I just wanted to, since discussion is probably over, we go to call the question, or?
Let me check first. Jim, are there any other registrants for this item?
No, the only registrant for 66 was Lindsay Lee. An opposition, not wishing to speak, but available to answer a question.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Alder Miazzi.
I called a vote to approve 11 o'clock.
All right, so I hear a motion to approve with a close time of 11 from Alder Miazzi. Ms. Westra, is that a second? A second from Ms. Westra. Discussion. Alder Verrier.
Thank you. I support the motion. Before I speak to it, I was hoping that we could add a condition number 4 that would read no live amplified music is permitted.
Alder Miazzi and Ms. Westra, are you both comfortable with that?
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay. You got it, Alder Verrier. Mr. Baruchak.
I was going to say a word or two on the motion, but if the makers want to go first, or
go for it.
Okay. Just want to. I realize repeat myself and thank everyone for their patience tonight. I really appreciate the applicant and Lindsay and Alder Benford all spending their evening with us. Mother Nature intervening and all. I want to just repeat something I said earlier when I was asking the applicant questions, and that is that from my service on this committee, this is the approach that we have historically taken, where there's incremental modifications to license conditions. You prove yourself and your neighbors will be supportive. And so I have every expectation that sometime in the future, we will likely see further applications from Taco Local to further amend these conditions and perhaps an entertainment license application. And I think that those would likely be well received by the neighborhood and the alder of the district and ourselves. Again, if a little more time passes and the establishment can prove itself. The reason why, if it's not clear why I suggested the 4th condition be added, again, there are 3 existing conditions on the license, is because, again, of the concerns from immediate neighbors about the noise from the entertainment that had previously occurred at the establishment. So I just wanted to explain that one more time if it wasn't clear to anybody. But I hope everything works out, and I wish David you the best of luck, and as you're making these changes to your business and adding the speakeasy, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Mr. Burshak.
Thank you. Can you read back Alder Revere's proposed condition, and then depending on what that is, I might have something to say.
Sure. Alder Revere, would you care to?
Yes. Just the proposed fourth condition, or
yes,
the entire motion?
Just the fourth condition.
The fourth condition that is proposed in the motion is, quote, no live amplified music is permitted. I'm open to any wordsmithing that anyone wishes to offer.
Thank you. I would support the motion.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion on item 66 carries. Hours are extended till 11 p.m. Condition is added for no live music. Either Brian or Lindsay, it might be nice if you let M&A know that David agreed without hesitation or reservation to adding the condition about music. I think that will help show the neighbors his level of commitment to managing sound. All right. Thank you, everybody. Item 35, change of licensed premises for the Green Owl. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, can you please introduce yourself and let us know what you're proposing?
Yeah, my name is Eric Fruling. I'm the owner of Green Owl Cafe. So I guess I have a couple things here. We are adding the street patio, but in addition to that, and I think the reason why you're looking to talk to me today is we're making a few few changes to our indoor seating, and are going to be reducing our seating from, I believe it was about 49 to about 25. A large reason that we're doing that, and it's partly, with the pandemic, we found we've had a lot of success and demand for more grab and go options and carry out. So we need to use, what we would like to do is use some of this space that we have for dine-in and convert that into a prep area so we can expand on some other avenues besides just our dine-in.
I believe this is the second time I've ever heard somebody come to ALRC who wanted to decrease space occupancy.
Yeah, it's definitely a little different.
Yeah. And you inferred correctly that clearly the outdoor part is uncontroversial, given that all of the others asking for similar things around the consent agenda. So committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Verbeek, are there any other registrants for this item?
There are no other registrants for this item.
Right. Motion would be in order at this time. Alder Carter.
I move adoption.
Do I hear a second?
Grant.
Second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Item 35 is granted. Congratulations, Eric, and I appreciate how concise you were.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next up, item 65, change of licensed conditions for 7Cs. You're looking to remove conditions from the license. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Hello.
We do.
Hello there. Can you please introduce yourself and let us know what you're proposing?
Yes, my name is Kenya Lal, and I'm. This is the second time I'm coming to the meeting. I own 3 liquor stores in Madison. The last time when I was here was conditioned to remove some of the option from the license, and I was referred to audition to meet with Mr. Gary, the alder person, so which is we had meeting past this Monday. So that's why I'm here again. If anybody have the question about regarding removing condition from the registered license.
All right, thank you very much. And in anticipation of someone asking this question, the current conditions are, number one, the actually, these are all standard conditions. Establishments shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverages in the original container in amounts less than the amount contained in a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages, which fall into the following categories of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which includes value and economy brands, malt liquor, and similarly situated imported brands. Number 2, flavored malt beverages containing up to 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Flavored malt beverages containing over 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Number 3, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away intoxicating liquor in the original container in amounts of 200 milliliters or less in volume. Intoxicating liquor shall not include wine in the original container with an alcohol content of 15% or less by volume. And number 4, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away flavored fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits have been added to the wine that have not been produced from the same fruit as the wine for consumption off the licensed premises. Okay, what questions do people have for the applicant? Alder Mianzi.
Just wondering if the alder's on call and if we can hear from him. The applicant mentioned they spoke to the alder, so just trying to see if I can have the alder speak to it.
Sure. Why don't we ask questions that we have for the applicant first, and then if the alder is here, we can hear from them. Alder Mianzi, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Westra.
So I guess what I'm asking the applicant is why they're asking for this change, since being new back to the committee. I was on the committee when we were originally granted this license. And I was not here for the previous meetings where I guess this was also already discussed. So I guess my question is, why do you want the removal of these conditions?
Yes. So the problem is that first of all, when I was granted this license, everything is great, is doing good in the beginning with, but then after fact, the customer been asking the 200 ml of the liquor, and then the big cans of which is 20 ounce, the can of the beer. So because the landlord of the shopping center that has been communicating with me because of the rent issues, and then it's actually it's getting I'm losing a lot of customer because of that. So this is also part of that, and also according to the previous elder person that we talk about it. So originally was a license granted so they can see how I operate the store. And as I think police officer at the the East District can see it. We operating store in a very manner way, and then we have no any kind of issues for panhandlers or anything. So that's the only reason I'm requesting to release, for the license. See if I can get it. I'll be able to say 200 ml, the liquor, which is called half pints, and 20 ounce of the beer cans or the bottles.
Ms. Wester, do you have additional questions? Ms. Wester, any?
Sorry, mute is hard, and I'm thinking. So specifically, when we're talking about requests for the 20 ounce beer cans, you're talking about requests for beer that is a fermented malt beverage.
It's yes, correct. The 24 ounce, the malt beverage, just the flavor of the beverages, and then hardcore of 200 ml the liquor. That's the only two option I'm considering.
No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wester. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? All right, thank you for the moment, Kenya. Mr. Verbeek, do we have any other registrants for this item? Do we have the Alder?
No, we do not.
Committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Halverson, welcome.
Mr. Chair, if when it's appropriate, I'd just like to make a comment.
Please do.
Thank you. So I did get a chance to speak with Mr. Lal regarding this condition change. I feel like he's actually been a positive business owner in this area. He's been proactive to the community. He's been proactive on policing the area and making, knowing who's coming, who's going. He's been very diligent. He owns a couple of other stores. I believe my understanding is the alignment of this change aligns with some of his supply for his other stores as well. So it's a supply chain issue in addition to what he did mention. It's my understanding. So I am supportive of this. I will defer to the committee here. You see all of this all the time. I don't, but from my perspective, I have been impressed with the way he has handled this location and the situation in his business.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We always appreciate hearing from alders. Ms. Westra.
I have a question for Captain Zanders when we get there.
Captain Zanders?
Yes.
Is there anything from the North Police captain or that you've heard about this establishment or how they feel about removing these conditions?
Well, it would be the East District captain, Captain Gary, and he previously brought up that things were working well and he didn't understand the reason for the change. However, he had no true objections to it.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Westra. Committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Mianzi.
Motion to approve.
All right, your motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Burshak. Alder Mianzi, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, given what we've heard from Captain Zanders as far as no problems, given the history of also what Alder Howard have said, older of the district, about the outreach. Outreach is very important. Doing that, just move to approval. Thank you.
Committee, what other comments do you have? Alder Verveer, I know you've had opinions about this set of conditions in the past, but first, Mr. Bruchak.
Thank you. I'm new to this committee, obviously, and I think I understand the reason for conditions such as these, but so far I haven't heard. We heard from the police captain, we heard from the alderman in that area, so
sure.
I'm comfortable for those reasons.
Okay, cool. So, any further discussion? If there is no further discussion, is there any dissent? Hearing none, the motion carries. Application for change of license conditions for 7Cs to remove all conditions from the license is granted. Congratulations, Kenya, and nice work working so well in the neighborhood that the alder came and supported this. Okay, next up, item 67, 21 plus entertainment license for Paul's Pelmani. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
We do not.
Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Carter?
Yes, I move to refer this to the next scheduled meeting.
Do I hear a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any? Oh, sorry, Mr. Bruchak.
I'm just curious. If what the reason is for moving it.
So when there is an application and it's one where, it's where we would want to talk to the applicant. Yes, we're always going to want that for an entertainment license. And for whatever reason they're not here, we don't want to just, can their application because they didn't make it here. So what we most often do is we'll refer it to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting. If they don't appear then, we refer it a second time. And if they don't appear the third time, we figure, if we haven't heard anything from them, that they've lost interest and at that point place the application on file.
Thank you for the
question. Excellent.
Yes.
Alder Miazzi.
Also, do we contact them in order to let them know that their item was brought up and it was referred due to the lack of presentation, right?
Yep. Our deputy city clerk is very diligent about that.
All right, just to let the Colin know. Policy.
We want people to succeed and we want to get to hear them. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to refer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 67 is referred to next month's meeting. Item 68, 21 plus entertainment license for Lazy Oaf. Do we have a registrant here for this item, Mr. Burke?
Somebody registered, but they are not currently here. They registered in support, but not wishing to speak. And I don't know off the top of my head if they're the applicant, but in either case, they're not here.
Okay. And hypothetically, if we were to refer this item and then they pop up later in the meeting, we can move to reconsider and take the item up again. So that being said, do I hear a motion to refer? Alder Cart, do I hear a second? Alder Miazzi. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 68, Lazy Oaf entertainment license is referred to next month's ALRC meeting. Item 69, new license Class B combo for Amara at 670 North Midvale. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yes, my name is Josh Berkson. I am the president of Rule Number 1 Hospitality Group and a primary owner of Amara, which is located at Hilldale at 670 North Midvale Boulevard.
Excellent. Can you tell us?
And if I could, they also have an entertainment license. Item number 81 is also on the agenda.
Oh, shoot. Thank you very much. We can cover that now. Also, I had left that out with my notes. So thank you. So Josh, can you tell us about what Amara is going to be?
Yes, and then just prior to getting to that, I've decided not to move forward with an entertainment license, and I'm sorry that that got on the agenda. We had talked about that at our neighborhood meeting, and in extensive talks with zoning, it's my understanding that a major PD would be needed for that, and that is not core to our business at all. We were just looking for some live music, ad hoc live music, and it's not really something that we'd like to move forward at this time. We may consider that down the road. So that, and I'm sorry, I didn't even see that on the agenda. So we will not be looking for an entertainment license at this time.
Not a problem. That is very, very easy to dispose of. So for the non-entertainment part, can you describe what Amara is and the role that alcohol will play in the business, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a 150-seat restaurant. We're located in the former Pasquale's location at Hilldale. Amara is our take on contemporary coastal Italian cuisine. We'll be featuring shareable small bites or small plates and bites, handcrafted pastas and entrees. It's primarily a wine bar. Our wine list will feature cutting-edge Italian and Italian-inspired artisan wines. Farmed by hand and made with classical methods. Our bar will showcase the art of Italian drinking, including aperitifs, Negronis, cocktails, and espresso. And we'll be opening our doors in the summer of 2022.
Excellent, thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? All right, Ms. Alder Carter.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to, you're going to be open till midnight every night, correct?
That's correct. We're going to try this. We're going to have a full food program and be open from after dinner from 10 p.m. to midnight and see if there is a given demand there. Hilldale's undergoing a pretty extensive expansion, and we are catering to young professionals. There is an emerging tech sector around there in healthcare, as well as travelers, as well as empty nesters in the area. And we'd like to see if a wine bar type setting is viable at Hilldale.
Okay, and then also, are you going to, I see you're going to be open at 9 o'clock on a Sunday. Is that for like a brunch menu? I'm looking at your menus. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yes, that will be a brunch. We will be doing brunch, lunch, dinner, and then this after dinner type setting. So it's a very big operation.
Okay. And then also, since you're going to be open till midnight, are you the only establishment that's going to be open that late at Hilldale? I'm not familiar.
That's actually a really good question. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that myself coming out of the pandemic. It's very possible that the Great Dane may be open, maybe on an ad hoc basis.
Yeah.
I do not believe that Cafe Hollander is open that late. They may close at 10 p.m. And I am not aware of other locations that may be open. I really think this is going to be a bit of an experiment.
and quite unique. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Carter. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Verbeek, do you have any other registrants for this item?
No, we do not.
Committee, what is your pleasure regarding item 69, the new license for Class B combo for Amara? Alder Carter?
I move to grant.
Ms. Westra seconds. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to wish Josh the best of luck in his new endeavors on the west side. He's been an excellent community partner downtown, and so really excited for him and his company's expansion outside of the downtown. But don't forget about us downtown, Josh. Remember your roots. And I want to thank you for your patience sticking with us through the weather recess and our long discussion about Taco Local.
No, thank you for that. I don't forget it, and downtown's our soul, and it's really interesting. We're starting to refer to this area as Midtown, so maybe it's part of the increased urbanization of the city, and see if we can continue to grow as the city grows up as well. And we're maturing as an organization as well.
Congratulations again. For those that aren't aware, Josh had other agenda items on our consent motion as the proprietor of both Lucille and Merchant on King and South Pinckney Streets, respectively.
Excellent.
Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries for item 69. Class B combo is granted for Amara. Congratulations, Josh. Now let's take care of 81 while we're here. So I will entertain a motion to place on file without prejudice.
So moved.
Motion from Alder Verveer, second from Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Alder Miadzi?
I'm sorry, I was just seconding, but I was also letting you know that other committee member is here. I don't know if you wanted to Farley, I believe. Did you want to?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay.
Yes, sorry. I have some technical difficulties, but I am here.
Okay, just wanted to make sure if we have to upgrade you to panelist, that we do that.
We corresponded out of band with Joe, and we're not able to do that because it's just a phone connection and not a computer or smartphone connection.
Okay, just making sure that she's recognized.
Thank you for your concern. Any further discussion of item 81? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries. Application at the request of the applicant is placed on file without prejudice. Next up, item 70. New license, Class B beer for Vintage Vault Arcade at 2425 South Stoughton Road. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
I do not see anyone register for this item. It looks, I see a name, but I think it might have been the previous applicant. The previous item's applicant might have registered for this one because it's the same name. I don't see the applicant for this. I don't see the name of the applicant for this item registered.
All right. Do I hear a motion to refer? Alder Miadzi, is there a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion carries.
I'm sorry. Who made the? I'm sorry. Who made the motion?
Alder Miadzi made the motion. Alder Verveer seconded.
On item 69. I'm sorry. The previous.
Oh, 69. Carter and Westra.
Carter Westra.
Anything else, Jen?
No.
Awesome. Okay, item 71, new license for SAS, Class B combo at 10 West Mifflin. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yeah, because of his device, I have to promote them to panelists.
The two applicants are Joseph Perkins and Kay Inlonzi.
Should be rejoining.
I see somebody has appeared. Okay, and unmuted. Great. Can you please state your name and tell us about your proposed establishment?
Is this for Pickle Pro Courts?
This is for SAS, item 71, 10 West Mifflin.
Patrick's actually from 80, so he's a little further back.
Yeah, I'm. They asked me to unmute me. I'm 81.
Okay.
Or 80.
We will be back with you shortly then.
Oh, okay. You're registered on 71 as well. Just FYI.
Joe Perkins should also be promoted. So Joe and Kay are the applicants. Kay is with us, but we don't have Joe Perkins yet.
This is Kay Alonzi.
Joe, I gotta promote you to panelist, so you should be rejoining as a panelist.
All right. Let's start with Kay. Can you state your name and tell us about your proposed business?
Joe Perkins, owner and operator of SAS Restaurants with Kay Malanzi. Also owner and operator Kay Malanzi at Tuda Pasta. We are opening a restaurant on the square called SAS, 10 West Mifflin. It's barbecue and shelled seafood. We will be open from 11 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night during the week, and 11 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night on Friday and Saturdays. We are restaurant first, as always, just like Tuda Pasta. We're not promoting any entertainment. We'll have a grand piano that plays automatic. We're not going to have anybody in there singing, nothing like that. We're just trying to serve great food and great everything else for everybody to have fun. My budget sits at 75% food, 25% alcohol. We're not promoting the alcohol, we're promoting the food. So that's where we are. The only thing on the application that is my fault, because I didn't say something, Kay did put 125 for occupancy. The last occupant was 150. We're looking at 150 is what we're looking at for occupancy. So that's the only thing we would like to change on that end of it. But if you've ever been to one of my restaurants, you know the food's good and we operate a good business. So we're not here to do anything else but have some fun and open another restaurant on the square.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Before I ask my question about capacity, I know Kay has had her hand raised. Kay, did you wish to make any introductory comments as well as the business partner?
No, thanks. I was just having troubles with the technical difficulties. Wanted to make sure you knew we were here to speak if anyone has any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Kay. So for Joe and Kay, Joe, you mentioned it, the capacity issue. So you wish to amend on during the meeting here tonight, question number 9 on your application, where it states indoor capacity 125, outdoor capacity 50. So
yes,
just to confirm that you and Kay are now seeking for an indoor capacity of 150 and an outdoor capacity of 50. Is that correct?
Outdoor capacity be 28, indoor be 150. So it's basically just a change of 3 people. I'm breaking up again. So
you're breaking.
I had a tornado touchdown 3 miles from my house, so I'm still dealing with that right now. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, indoor capacity of 150, outdoor capacity of 28 is what we're looking at. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I can hear you now, Joe. Sorry about the severe weather tonight. So
it happens. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So 150 inside and 28 outside is what we're looking at.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. What additional questions do you have for the applicant committee? Let's see. Not apropos of the application, but Joe, the way you sound reminds me of home. Are you from New England?
Yes, I am. Absolutely. My third son's middle name is Fenway. Put it that way. How about that?
Right on.
Go Sox. Go Bruins. Yeah, I hear you. Not Patriots, though. I'm a Cowboys fan. Sorry, but here's what it is. Yeah, yeah, I get you. So
excellent.
Yes, I'm from Maine originally. So yes.
Right on. Do we have any other registrants for this item, Jim?
No, we do not.
All right, committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I move to grant the Class B combination license with a capacity of 150 persons inside and 28 persons outside on a sidewalk cafe.
All right, Mr. Baruchak.
Just like to second the motion.
Excellent. Alder Verveer, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just quickly, as you can all probably imagine, I know Joe and Kay quite well from their State Street restaurant, and think the world of both of them. They've been excellent operators, great neighbors. We had a love fest this afternoon at the Greater State Street Business Association with the enthusiasm of their State Street neighbors for Joe and Kay adding an establishment on the Capitol Square on West Mifflin Street. So I'm really excited for Joe and Kay and congratulate them and wish them all the best. I will also share, since you raised it, Chair, and identified Joe's background, that this Mainer has for at least 2 or 3 years been telling me of his dream downtown to open a shellfish seafood restaurant. And so I'm glad that it's finally becoming reality. Joe is a former, I guess not former, always a Mainer.
Excellent. All right, committee, any further discussion of item 71? Hearing none, any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 71 is granted with capacity of 150 inside, 28 outside. Congratulations, Joe and Kay. Next up, item 80, new license application for Pickle Pro Courts. And we already know that we've got somebody here for this one. Patrick, can you state your name and describe what you're proposing, please?
Okay, can you hear me? Whoa. Hang on. Okay. Somehow my computer was duplicating what I was saying. So this is Patrick Rehop from Pickle Pro Courts. I also own Beef Butter Barbecue. And we just opened Pickle Pro Courts Memorial Day weekend. It's 5 dedicated indoor pickleball courts. And we're looking for a liquor license so that we can cater food from Beef Butter Barbecue and serve liquor.
All right, that's fairly straightforward. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Mianzi.
First, I'd like to thank you because it's right across the street from my house, and I like that beef like the beef barbecue brisket over there. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to hear about that pickleball. I've played that at the Princeton Club, so just wanted to thank you for bringing that. But I wanted to know if your other establishment has a license already, the beef brisket. What's it called again?
Yeah,
that
beef.
has a license already.
Yes, Beef Butter Barbecue has a full liquor license.
Okay.
And no issues.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Miazzi. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant?
Hello, I apologize. I don't have a hand to raise.
Okay.
So as someone who is unfamiliar with pickleball, is this a nighttime activity, a daytime activity? What are the proposed kind of hours of the establishment?
It's a 24/7 courts, kind of like a 24/7 fitness center. So if people want to play at 5 a.m., they reserve a court online and they are given a 4-digit code. Then they use that code to enter the building. But pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America right now. And usually people play it outdoors, but being in Wisconsin, and that's where I started playing outdoors last summer. But then in the fall, it got dark. So we would bring solar lights over to the courts in Wanakee. Then it got cold and I'm like, we need an indoor place to play. So we took over a space that had been vacant for the past 20 years. It's a former Kohl's grocery store, and spent the winter remodeling it and converting it into indoor pickleball courts to bring some new excitement to the north side of Madison.
And so I guess along with that, what are the proposed hours that you would be serving alcohol?
Great question. Probably from 10 a.m. to about, when we do serve it, it would be at as early as 10 a.m. and as late as probably midnight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Farley. Committee, what additional questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Miazzi.
This the same hours of your other location, or what time does that other location close? And what
the other location is open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, so in other words, the liquor stops at 8 p.m., but you're asking till midnight for this one.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Miazzi. Mr. Baruchuk, then Ms. Westra.
Thank you. Will food and beverages be available like routinely? You said catering, so is that a special occasion, or is that any given time during the hours you quoted? I can expect to see food and beverage sales.
I anticipate just the food and the liquor to be served at the same time and on occasion. So we have vending machines and snack machines there 24/7, but we will only have food and liquor available when we're staffing it, during prime times or for special events.
Ms. Westra, then Alder Carter.
Yeah, I think my main question was on the line of Collins, just looking for some clarification of, is this more of a special event that we want the full license for, or do you plan to be open, having this during normal business hours, which would probably be your prime time, also as an additional more looking at this as families can come play pickleball, have some food, have a drink, or is it more like we're going to have a big event, a corporate event, a wedding event, that type of thing?
It will be both. It'll be a family-oriented event. So during prime time, like 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. primarily. But then also there might be some corporate people that rent the facility, and then it would run later. But to be clear, it's always about pickleball. The pickleball courts will always be up. We're not an event center. It's pickleball first, and then food and beverage second.
Thank you. Ms. Westrow, do you have any further questions? Okay, Alder Carter.
Yeah, so Patrick, you said that the consumer would get a code to come in. Is there anyone in the facility during the operation hours?
During prime time, we have a pro, a resident pro, Wendy, and she has her bartender's license as well as I do. But so whenever we're serving food or alcohol, yes, obviously we would be present.
Right.
But there's other times, like if someone wants to, like I said earlier, play pickleball at 5 a.m, there would not be someone there primarily.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Committee, Ms. Westrow.
One follow-up on that. How will alcohol and the bar area be closed off in those times when it's not being staffed?
We have a locked storage room and a locked bar, so it'll be under lock and key and out of sight.
I like that it is not only under lock and key, but also out of sight. That'll decrease the odds of any sort of drama. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Mr. Rubik, do we have any further registrants for this item?
We do not.
Alder Carter.
I just have one more question for you, Patrick. And that is when someone's there, let's say 5 o'clock in the morning, and there's an emergency, do you have one of those pull buttons?
Yes. First of all, we just had the fire sprinkler system completely redone. We had the fire emergency pull stations all done. Emergency lighting redone. Everything had to be redone. The building was vacant for 20 years and split up. So that was unfortunate on my part. That was a lot of additional expense I wasn't expecting, but that's all been installed by professional contractors and inspected by both the fire department and the building inspection.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move to grant.
I have a motion to grant from Ms. Farley. Is that a second from Alder Miazzi?
Yes, actually, I would like to take that as, since it's close to my district, I would like to actually be the one that first approved it.
Ms. Farley, it is up to you.
No, I'm just joking.
You are welcome to have the motion, and I'll second it.
All right, motion from Miazzi, second by Farley to grant. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. License for Class B combo is granted for Pickle Pro Courts. Congratulations, Patrick.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone.
Have a good night. Next up, item 73 is a discussion. Well, actually, let me check first. Jim, have I lost track of anything where there are, regular people here who need us and don't want to listen to our boring business?
I don't think so. The only people I see here for participants are Lindsay Lee, and I don't see Lindsay register for any other item, and then Patrick, who just left right now. So it's just Lindsay, and I don't think she's registered for any other item on this agenda.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
So
I'm sorry.
Item 73. Who wants to tell us what this is about?
I can actually do that.
Wonderful. Please do.
So I was approached by Alders Heck and Foster. They had concerns about the way that the ordinance are related to notification, because right now the ordinances read that no less than 7 days before their ALRC appearance do they need to contact the alder, the police district captain, the neighborhood association, and myself. And they had concerns as far as there's a lot of neighborhood associations like NNA that we heard where they want to talk to the applicants applying for these applications. And a lot of times they occur like the third week of the month. And if they wait 2 weeks before the meeting, they've missed the meeting that occurs sometimes before the ALRC. And so the thought was if the ordinances were revised where they need to contact these people earlier, there's the more likelihood that we don't have to refer an application to the following month in order for that meeting to occur with the neighborhood association. And then they also wanted to update the signage requirement, because right now the signage requirement says that they have to post the sign within 3 days. Well, if they are wanting to have their informational session be the neighbor association meeting, which they're more than welcome to, they might not necessarily know that within the first 3 days. And so then they would, what they're asking to change it to is that the sign needs to go up no later than 2 weeks prior to the ALRC appearance. So before they had to put the sign up within 3 days, now it's going to be 2 weeks prior to the ALRC meeting. Right now for notification, before it was contacting the alder, the police district captain, neighbor association, and myself a week prior, no later than a week prior to the ALRC meeting. Now it would be within a week of submitting their application to the clerk's office. And right now this is in draft form. They're going to have this come up, I believe, at the next council meeting for introduction, and it would come to the ALRC then for a more formal discussion about it, and then the ALRC could then give a recommendation to the council. So what they wanted to do is just sort of put this out here as a discussion item to see how the committee felt about it, if they wanted to change in any way, and I can sort of help report back to them on if the committee has any recommendations on altering these ordinances.
Excellent. While I open the floor committee, Alder Carter.
My concern with that is there are areas in the city that does not have a neighborhood association. And a lot of what you just said is dependent, right, on having a neighborhood association.
I don't think at least the changes that are proposed are only changes to the dates when things have to happen.
Right, but it does say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I heard you say neighborhood association within your description. Am I right on that, Jim?
As far as who they have to contact is not changing. We've always sort of been the mind that they need to contact the neighborhood association if one exists. We do know that there are places where they don't exist.
I think
as long as it says if one exists.
It doesn't even say neighborhood association at all, Sherry. It says that they have to contact the alder, and the assumption is the alder will then hook them up with the neighborhood association if there is one.
Thank you.
Of course. What other questions or ideas do people have? Ms. Farley?
I like the extension of the signage requirement. I know personally, I probably don't leave in my apartment as much as I should. And so I feel like having that extra time, regardless of there being a neighborhood association or not, allows them to make sure that members of their community are able to get that notification. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Westra?
Just one general question. Have we ever actually fined someone for not putting up a sign?
It's not usually a matter of fining, it's that if they didn't do the sign or didn't have the meeting or whatever, we send them away and make them do that and then come back.
So would that be worthwhile to go back to them and ask for a revision of this to remove the forfeiture fines and actually put in something to the effect of it won't be heard in front of us or something to that effect? I guess to me, there's not a point to have a fine in anything if you're not actually going to do anything about it ever. So
And it's a good point.
My thought has always been that it's there to have teeth, enforcement teeth, other than obviously the LRC not hearing it or not considering the application.
Often in our society, and I'm not pointing any fingers at the city of Madison, but I am at the US in general, when we have rules like this that are selectively enforced, they are not selectively enforced uniformly across the demographics of the population.
That's fair.
What other thoughts do people have?
Well, go ahead, Colin. You were first.
Mr. Burshak?
Thanks. It seems reasonable to me. I don't really foresee this being difficult to comply with. But if someone did say that, express that sort of difficulty, then we would have to think about it. So far, it doesn't seem like that would happen.
Excellent. Alder Carter?
I was just going to say that in certain neighborhoods, people don't even notice the sign up. The real burden has to be on the alder to make sure that the neighborhood knows that there's an alcohol license in the area. But I'm fine with the revisions.
Excellent. What other thoughts do people have? All right. Jim, is there any action that we need to take on tonight, or is the feedback that you received what you were looking for?
No, I think the feedback is what they're looking for.
Wonderful.
And one other thing, I like to see the draft prior to the meeting, because not everyone's going to come to the CCE meeting to see the introductory. So if you can send that out to the committee members, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, item 74, repeat report of MPD. Captain Zanders, is there anything to which you would like to call our attention?
Since the last meeting, there has not been anything substantial. I would just advise everyone to please view the ALRC data that is sent out by our department, in which there are just a couple mainstay locations that were a little concerning, but nothing too alcohol related. So some of those mainstays will include mostly on the east side, Howard Johnson, the Hy-Vee at 3801 East Washington Ave, 3817 Milwaukee Street, which is Woodman's, and 4822 the Comfort Inn. That's all I have to report, sir.
Thank you. Committee, what questions do you have for Captain Zanders? Thank you, Captain. Item 75, report of the city clerk. Mr. Verbeek, is there anything to which you would like to call our attention?
Nothing at this time, no.
Committee, what questions do you have for Mr. Verbeek? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. As I think we're all well aware, now that renewal time has come and gone, all of the alcohol licenses in the state expire in a couple of weeks on June 30th. Jim, I'm already getting inquiries from applicants wondering if we have any sense of how many grandfather licenses might become available on July 1st. Obviously, to avoid the mandatory $10,000 cost imposed by state statute. Do you have any sense, and what are you and your colleagues in the office telling folks as they consider lining up or camping out, I should say, in front of your office door?
We expect to get 14 regular licenses back.
Wow.
I don't suspect we're going to run out on July 1st. It'll probably last for a little bit. So we're definitely telling people that there will be licenses coming back. Hopefully we don't. I mean, if people want to camp out with lawn chairs in front of our doors, I mean, they can certainly do that to have to feel good about it. It's been a while since we had something like that. But no, I don't expect that we're going to be running out anytime close to July 1st. So I think there'll be some around for a little while. I know there's at least 2 or 3 applicants that have already gone through council, and some have inspections they still got to do. Some have already finished their inspections, and they're just sort of waiting to avoid that $10,000 fee.
Right. I see some on the chart that you included in our packets that have even admitted that to us in our prior meeting. Well, that's good news for all those that were hoping to perhaps save that money. So thank you for that. Can you then, somewhat new topic, but same topic, do you anticipate that we will be seeing any new license applications at our next meeting for establishments that missed the renewal deadline?
I don't think so, actually. I've not heard of any place that missed the renewal that have gotten back to us and sort of have been surprised by it. Most people have acknowledged that they're not renewing. I don't see anyone in that situation.
Oh, that's a first, I think.
Yeah. Great. Wow.
That's great that your warnings and so forth have been heeded by all of our license holders in terms of the deadlines.
I think that
every year we've been more and more diligent about reaching like 2, 3, sometimes 4 times to people to let them know that the deadline to renew is coming up, and if you don't get it by the end of April, you can't renew. And I feel like that's worked some, and I feel that the reinstating of the late fee for submitting renewal paperwork has also sort of helped people get their renewal paperwork in early. And so we have had less people to reach out for. So it helps us in being able to dedicate more time to reaching out to those who are a little slower in getting their renewal paperwork back to us.
Very good. So we might have a very small list to distribute to Captain Zanders and all of the other MPD district captains at the end of the month in terms of establishments that no longer can serve.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We still have, I didn't check what it was, the due date to renew to submit the license fees was on the 7th. So it's been a little over a week since that happened. I'd have to check to see what the number was. And then I think there's only a couple where they have delinquent personal property taxes or a hold from the licensed distributors.
Very good. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Ms. Mustra.
I'm just going to ask that we can get that report that we share with the police sent out to the committee about it did not pass renewal or being held.
Yeah, that list usually includes those who did not pass renewal, those who have holds, and those who have not paid their license fees.
So pretty much the report of anyone who shouldn't be legally serving alcohol.
That is correct.
I think that's a great idea. I'd love to see that too. Committee, what additional questions do you have for Mr. Verbeek? Okay, moving on.
Sorry, I actually have one question. So going back to the topic of the, and Mr. Verbeek, correct me, I can't quite remember what the verbiage is for the discrepancy between like the incumbent licenses and the new licenses. I know there is specific terminology for it. And I believe that I have brought this up on some of our previous meetings as well, or at least one of them. But is there any, so I know that the data around like which license is incumbent or not is stored, but I do know that it is not on the license. And I think that it would be to the benefit of the committee because of the differences in provisioning around license transfers and things like that, for that information to be available on our licenses.
Yeah, that definitely is not listed on the license right now. The terminology in the statutes is a regular and a reserve, and this is just for the Class B combination liquor and beer licenses. The city is locked into a number of regular Class B combination licenses that we issued in December of 1997. That number is 325. And every year when the city gets a population increase, I think of 500, we get another reserve license. So if we get a population increase of 2,000, then we get 4 new reserve licenses. And this occurs every year with a population increase. And so there's the regular licenses, which when you first get your regular alcohol license, and sometimes in the past we've also referred to the regular licenses as grandfather licenses. It's sort of the same thing. But the regular licenses, when you first get that license issued, you only have to worry about paying the license fees, which it's an annual of $600. If you get it issued within the licensing year, we do prorate it for just the remaining months left of that alcohol license. And then for the reserve licenses, there is a one-time $10,000 fee that needs to be paid at the first issuance of that license, in addition to the regular alcohol license fees. By statutes, $10,000 is the minimum that we charge, so we can't charge any less than that. The city in the past has issued community block grants to sort of refund that money to the licensees, and then the legislature caught wind of that and they changed the statutes to not allow us to do something like that. There are some municipalities around the state that charge more. I think Egg Harbor is probably the most expensive. I can't remember if it's 50,000 or 80,000 or something like that, but it's a very high number that they charge compared to what we do, which is the bare minimum.
Yeah, my question is with because I know that the reserve licenses have restrictions on like transfers, while the regular licenses have different ability to be transferred. And so my question is like, is there a way for that document, like which type of license it is, to be on the license itself, so that when those transfer situations arise, as a committee, we can more readily identify which type of license it is?
The committee, I don't think that's really anything that would impact anything the committee does, because when the committee approves alcohol licenses, they're sort of approving the right to the license, and it's not really sure when the license is approved whether or not that license will then be issued as a regular or a reserve. It kind of depends on, after they've passed their inspections, what's available. And then as far as the transfer, we would not accept a application to transfer an alcohol license if it's a reserve. That's the only license that you can't transfer. So it's not something that the committee would need to consider, because we wouldn't accept an application for transfer if it was a license that could not be transferred.
Gotcha. And for transparency's sake, how is that, what is the process like that for determine if it is able to be transferred or not?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, just so for like purposes of understanding like transparency around when license is brought to the committee for transfer, I think what I'm gathering is that the committee can assume it's a regular license, because if it were a reserve license, it would not be brought to the committee. But when a request is made, how is it identified in the clerk's office of like which type of license it is?
Okay, I got you. Yes, if it comes before the ALRC, we vetted it to make sure that it is a license that can be transferred, whether it's a Class B combo that's a regular license, or if it's just a Class B beer, or if it's a Class A. All those can be transferred. We, in our licensing program that we use, there is a box that's checked to indicate whether a Class B combination license is a reserve or a regular grandfathered license to verify whether that license can be transferred.
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Farley. Ms. Westra.
One last question. Jim, is the clerk's office open for walk-ins right now?
Yes, we've always been open for walk-ins. We're the one agency that has never closed, except there was during the January 6th, there were some issues where we closed for a week. But other than that, pandemic-wise, we've always been open.
Okay.
Excellent. What other questions do people have for Mr. Verbeek? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Heard a motion from Ms. Westra. I see a second from Alder Miadzi. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed and privilege. Motion carries. ALRC meeting adjourned at 9:53 p.m. Have a good night, everyone.